Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to the global webinar on forensic science. This is the second day of the conference, and I welcome all the participants and speakers to the webinar.
So, first of all, good morning or good day, depending on where you are.
And our first speaker of the day is Professor Beatrice Gabriela Ian from Grigore T. Popa University of Medicine and Pharmacy of Iași, Romania. And she is going to give a talk on ethical issues in research on human corpses. And I request Professor Gabriela to start her presentation now.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, let me express my gratitude to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present my work on in the field on research on human corpses. As we know, corpses has been a precious resource for research and teaching. Research on human corpses or parts of human corpses allowed for the progress of anatomy and medicine by clarifying the etiology, causality, physiopathology, and morphopathology of diseases, and also the mechanisms of action of different medicines. And also research on corpses allowed for the progress of science and industry in general. However, the long way of research on human corpses has been paved by by many instances of unethical conduct, and I will mention a few of them in the following minutes. And I will start with the so-called crimes of anatomy. In Europe, for many centuries, dissection was reserved to executed criminals, because dissection was considered an extreme aggression on bodily intake point.
Yes.
Dissection was considered an extreme aggression on bodily integrity and identity, and also a punishment worse than death. In the 19th century, in Europe, a new activity was set up, the private school anatomy schools for medical students. But these schools were very soon confronted with a shortage of dead bodies. On this background, a new activity flourished at that time, and that was body snatching. This is removing the dead bodies from the graves and selling them to the schools of anatomy. How this activity was possible? It was possible because at that time it was no legal penalty for stealing a dead body, because at that time in England, for instance, it was the so-called law of non-property, meaning that the dead body was nobody's property. So the stealing of the dead body itself was not punished at that time. So I'm sorry. At the beginning of the 19th century in London, for instance, there were about 10 full-time and more than 200 part-time body snatchers, the so-called resurrectionists. They applied very disrespectful practices. For instance, they referred to human corpses in terms of size or gender. The fresher the body was, the more valuable that body was considered. The decomposed body were referred to as stink bad, but still the decomposed body were good because their teeth were taken out and sold to the dentists. As I said, body snatching didn't have a legal repercussion, but this phenomenon had profound social implication. The population was terrified by the possibility of their dead beloved being taken out from the graves and sold to the anatomy school. At that time, kind of anti-resurrectionist products were imagined, such as, for instance, iron cages placed around the graves or around the coffins. Autopsy itself at that time embedded many disrespectful procedures, and here on this slide you see a fragment of the memoirs of Hector Berlioz, the famous composer, who at the beginning in his youth wanted to become a doctor. He finally decided to go for music, and as history shown later on, it was a good decision for him. Well, going back to crimes of anatomy, at that time, beginning of the 19th century, in Edinburgh, two persons appeared, and they wrote history in at that time. Those people were William Burke and William Hare. They decided to go for body snatching, but they soon discovered that it's not very easy and is quite dangerous to take out the bodies out from their graves and sell them to anatomy school. More, they observed that the fresher the bodies are, the more valuable they are. So they decided to kill homeless people and sell their bodies immediately after death to the anatomy school. In this business appeared a name of a famous anatomist at that time, Robert Knox, who was very happy to buy very fresh bodies from these two people. Finally, the crimes of William Burke and William Hare was discovered, and William Burke was convicted to death. William Hare collaborated with the police, and he got a prison sentence. What was the, if we can say, the beneficial consequence of these events? It was the appearance in 1828 of a famous English law, the Anatomy Act. In this law, between other, among other provisions, it was a provision that dissection is also permitted to people who are so poor and they cannot be buried by their families. So actually the Anatomy Act made the shift between dissection as punishment to dissection as exploitation of the poor. But also the Anatomy Act included a very important provision, and this was the legal sanction of stealing the dead bodies from their grave. And actually, in this way, the Anatomy Act meant the end of the body snatching phenomenon. Coming closer to our days, many other ethically doubtful cases occurred. For instance, the so-called Adler-Hay Hospital event. In this case, it was about removing, preserving, and using the organs during the post-mortem examinations of many children without the consent of their parents. This scandal, the Adler-Hay Hospital scandal, actually fueled the ethical debate on the ethical issues associated to removing, preserving, and using the organs for research. Another famous case is the case of Albert Einstein. The famous scientist died because of a broken aortic aneurysm. And after his death, the doctor who performed the post-mortem examination decided to keep his brain. He divided the brain in many small pieces and stored those pieces in a jar in the basement of his house. Along the time, this doctor shipped some of the pieces to different researchers who wanted to research Einstein's brain in order to find out the secret of his intelligence. Finally, by the end of his life, Dr. Harvey decided to give back the remains of Einstein's brain to his illegitimate daughter, to Evelyn Einstein. Another problematic research in terms of ethics is the so-called body farms. Body farms are the facilities where dead bodies are exposed to different environmental conditions in order to study post-mortem changes and factors which factors which influence the postmortem interval. The first facility of this kind was set up at the University of Tennessee Medical Center. But this first body farm was soon followed by many others across Europe, United States, and Australia. A very interesting case is the case of the famous utilitarian philosopher Jeremy Bentham. Jeremy Bentham decided that after his death, he doesn't want to be buried, considering that his body would be more useful if embalmed and kept this way instead of being buried. As a consequence, the body of Jeremy Bentham was embalmed and put in a wooden cage. This is the image of the dead body of Jeremy Bentham. Currently, his body is deposited at the University College of London. For a long period of time, his body was in the Senate room of this university, and under the cage it was written, Jeremy Bentham present but not voting. In 1977, a German physician, Günther von Hagens, imagined a new method of preserving human corpses, and this was plastination. Plastination is made by a series of chemical reactions which allow for the shape and structure of human body to be very well preserved. This body, this plastinated body, are the subject of many exhibitions throughout the world, and those exhibitions raised many ethical concerns. The crash tests. The crash tests were performed in order to imagine safer cars design, and because of the crash tests, many improvements in the security means of the cars were discovered. For instance, the non-phase gashing windshield. This is the passage from the ordinary window glass to early laminated glass windshields and today to tempered glass. The introduction of the seat belts was also the consequence of the crash tests, and also the collapsible steering wheel introduced in the early 1960s by General Motors. It is estimated that in about 20 years, many lives were saved because of the crash tests. Statistics show that about 8,500 lives have been saved each year because of these tests. However, the crash tests raised the issue of respect to the dead bodies, and this is why in present times the crash tests on human cadavers are replaced by the use of dummies or computer simulation programs. But still, in recent years, ethically problematic cases were brought in the attention of the scientific community. Finally, the ballistic tests. The ballistic tests on human cadavers were applied mainly in order to imagine, let's say, a more humanitarian form of gun battle. For instance, the study of the phenomenon of incapacitation. Incapacitation meaning the use of projectiles which are able to render the enemy unable to fight but not killing them. Projectiles which are made of a material of a higher melting point than lead. That's why they deform and they destroy less than the usual projectiles. But still, the ethical approval of such tests imposed limits, and the limit was no penetration. The ethical approval was conditioned by the fact that the bullet has to stop short of the cadaver skin. Another research on human corpses was performed by the Lower Extremity Assessment Program. They performed research on 20 corpses in order to test various types of footwear which would allow a better protection against the blast produced by the landmines. The blast tests are considered the most problematic and the most emotionally disturbing. Some authors come and say that actually the blast tests don't have much relevance because human corpses are not an accurate study model because of different ages and because, for instance, lungs and other organs lost their properties after death. Because of these reasons, ballistics and blast testing on human corpses are not allowed nowadays. Now, currently, the discussion on ethical issues which should govern the research on corpses start from two questions. The first is, what is the status of a human being after death? This is it still a person or should it be treated as a person? And the second question is, who decides the fate of a corpse? Here we should ask ourselves, should we deceased wishes? Do the relatives have any right towards the deceased's body, or the corpse is a public good? Let me refer shortly to each question. First of all, the status of the human being after death. This is essential in order to decide if the rights of a human being should be respected after its death. This dilemma actually starts from our belief that people stop being persons after their cerebral activity permanently stops. And this is actually not a recent idea. This comes from ancient times, from the doctrine of body-mind duality, which dates back in the ancient Greek philosophy. For instance, Plato said that our body is our tomb, and only after death is the soul delivered and the man is alive. Aristotle was talking about substance, and this was body, and form, the mind or nous, the later being actually the essential part of a human being. Descartes followed the same idea and talked about res cogitans and res extensa. More recently, the Western moral philosophers have divided opinions. On one side, the philosophers who consider that the mind is the defining attribute of the human being, and as a proof of this opinion is the introduction and the acceptance of the cerebral death as a criteria for establishing death. And on the other side is the fact that the idea of the body-soul duality cannot be accepted because other problems very difficult to explain and solve would be created by accepting this concept of body-soul duality. Now, let's see who should decide the fate of a corpse. As I said before, there are three options at this point. We should discuss about the deceased during his or her life. The second option would be the relatives or the legal representative, and finally, the state itself treating the human corpse as a public good. Let's see the first option, the deceased during his or her life. Here we should ask ourselves if a person has the authority of giving consent or refuse the use of his or her body after death for teaching or research purposes. This is, does a person own his or her body? Now, the issue of ownership over the human body is a very complex issue, because the ownership itself is a complex concept, being made up of a collection of claim rights, duties, powers, and immunities. Talking about ownership over the body, there are actually three possibilities. The first is no ownership of human body or parts. The second is, I would say, the moderate one, a partial ownership of the body. So this is limited property rights of its parts. And finally, the full ownership of the body and its parts. Full ownership, full individual ownership would be very, very difficult to support when talking about human body, because full individual ownership is defined by certain standards, such as the right to possess a thing, the right to the exclusive use of a thing, the right to manage it, the right to transfer the thing, and so on and so forth. Now, looking at the human body, ownership of the person to its body does not fulfill the standards of full individual ownership. And this is because no one can transfer its body to somebody else. We cannot waste our bodies. We cannot sell human organs in almost all the countries of the world. This is why it is considered that human beings have a limited ownership to their bodies, the so-called stewardship. In the Christian religions, for instance, it is considered that only God is the owner of the human body, and the individual has only a limited property right over his or her body during his earthly existence. Now, regardless the type of ownership, the individual is the most relevant for decision making about his or her body during life and after death. And this is proved by the acceptance of the advanced directives. These are legal documents which contain the wishes of a person for his or her end-of-life care and sometimes for his or her funerals. This type of document would, at least in part, resolve the problem regarding the fate of a human body after death. The problem is that in many countries, advanced directive is not legally or religiously recognized. Now, should we respect the wishes of a deceased regarding its body? If we decide that we should respect the wish of the deceased, this would be a proof of respecting the autonomy of a person after its death. However, some authors consider that if the deceased is not a person anymore, principles such as autonomy or promoting the best interests of that person are unnecessary. But still, we need to acknowledge that some interests or rights survive after the person's death. For instance, people care about what happens to their bodies after death. They consider their body as representing what they are. And also the relatives. The relatives associate the body with a former living person and not only a collection of organs and tissues. That's why honoring one's preferences about the disposition of their bodies after death would mean respect for the once living persons, and also would prevent emotional distress among their living relatives. Excuse me. The second option would be the decision being taken by relatives or legal representative. This would be acceptable because relatives know the best what the deceased would have wanted. For instance, they are the guarantors of the best interests of children or incompetent persons, and this is the foundation of the surrogate decision making, which is widely accepted in the medical practice today. So this approach would promote and respect autonomy of the deceased, and in this way, the right to individual autonomy would be prolonged after death. Another reason would be that the body of the deceased belongs to the relative, and this was a consequence of an important shift in the legal doctrine, which I mentioned before. The shift from the non-property doctrine to the semi-property This is the property limited to preparing and organizing the funerals. Another issue is that giving the relatives the right to dispose the human body and to take care of the dead body would not cause psychological prejudices to relatives and would enable them to get over the death of their beloved more easily. Another reason would be the fact that the members of the family are connected to one another through reciprocal affective relationship and through a series of obligations. And we should accept the wish of relatives to bury the body intact by virtue of funeral rituals, by virtue of cultural norms, and why not, by virtue of the cult of the dead and respect for the deceased. Nowadays, it is recognized the need for the family's consent for performing the pathological postmortems. Is not the case in the medical legal autopsies, which are mandatory according to the law. And in this case, according to the law, the family doesn't have the right to intervene in this process. But still, in some countries, it is acknowledged that the family should not be totally excluded. For instance, in Australia, it is permitted from religious reasons or cultural norms, the inspection and only the inspection and report. And this is only the external examination of the body. Finally, the decision being taken by the state would also be a possibility. So in this case, we would accept that the bodies can be treated as public goods. In this case, we fear dreaded consequences, such as distrust of the public in the medical profession, the fear of the people that they will become study material after death, the fear that of the people that they will not have funerals according to their religious and life beliefs, and also the fear of the people that they will not be buried intact. Now, let's see which are the main regulation in the field of research with corpses which are actually built on the background explained before. In the center of research with corpses, it's a balance between the potential benefits of research on human corpses and the moral obligation we have towards the dead bodies. A first issue is respect to the deceased. The justification of the respect to the deceased is continuity between the corpse and the living, the respect we owe to the relatives, and also the fact that the corpses are so-called precious natural symbol of humanity. From these perspectives, principle of respect for persons should be extended to cadavers. The consensus panel on research with recently dead in 2005 stated that research which honors the dignity of the recently dead is at minimum not mocking, indiscreet, crude, or careless, avoiding commodification of human body. This is the procedures should be respectful of the death and according to the cultural norms. They should follow the principle of proportionality. We should apply procedures with minimum invasiveness and justified in terms of expected scientific benefits. And procedures which will determine disfigurement or mutilation should be performed only with the prior information of relatives. Talking about informed consent can be obtained either from competent prospective subjects or from relatives in the cases where there is no consent obtained during the deceased's life. A very important issue is that the consent provided by the relatives can be withdrawn at any moment during the research. Now, how much information we should researchers provide to the family? It is a whole spectrum here. On one extreme is a very detailed explanation, but this would determine the family to refuse refuse the research. On the other extreme is providing no details, but this would determine emotional concerns and public distrust. So actually, we should find the proper balance in this case. So the family should decide how many details they want to know about the research in which the corpse will be involved. Confidentiality is extremely important. It's a sign of respect for the deceased, their relatives, and friends. So the rule in ethics is that confidentiality that we owe to the living persons should be extended after the death of the persons. In terms of procedures, it's important to reduce at a minimum the procedures and the number of cadavers included in research. So researchers should make several research procedures on one cadaver, depending on the degree of invasiveness, but still maintaining the principle of respect to the death. Early stopping rules should be in the mind of researchers as well, meaning that research should be stopped either when hypothesis has been proven, not proved, or cannot be proved, or in case of serious adverse events such as disfigurement or mutilation of the body. It's very important to have a very solid justification of choosing a research population. And it's also important that participation in this research, on one hand, shouldn't be paid, and any payment shouldn't be made to the relatives, but in the same time, no costs should be imposed to the deceased estates or to the family members. In this way, the commercialization or its parts is avoided. Finally, each research protocol with corpses should undergo a very solid scientific review and also a very thoughtful ethical review. The scientific review is the one which evaluates the scientific validity and the value of research. And this is extremely important, as it is also showed by the Helsinki Declaration, because research that does not have the potential to answer important research questions disrespects research subjects and wastes precious material resources. The ethical review, as I said, all research protocols with cadavers should undergo ethical evaluation, keeping in mind the particular ethical issues in this type of research. Unfortunately, in some countries, at this time, there are no mentions about the obligation for a research protocol on dead people to be reviewed by a research ethics committee. Now, to conclude, I would say that in research on cadavers, we need a harmonization between respect for persons and the interest of society. This is why the state should allow the access to corpses or parts of the corpses for research, but in an adequate ethical and legal framework based on the informed and responsible choice of citizens. We all know that death is a taboo topic in contemporary society. This is why we need to adequately inform the public about research on corpses and about the importance of this type of research for science and humanity. The veil which covers the medical, legal, and pathological practices should be removed. And in this respect, the forensic pathologists, and also researchers have responsibilities towards the deceased, their families, and also society at large. And I will end my presentation by quoting Aziz and collaborators who said that the cadaver is no other than a human who has experienced morbidity and mortality. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Beatrice Gabriela, for an excellent presentation. It was awesome. And we are open for a questionnaire session now. If anybody has a question, please ask Professor Beatrice.
Hello, Professor Beatrice. I I'm Nico. I'm just wanna know. It's not regarding it's not about human corpse, but in more general, like human remains. I know some countries allow buying and selling of human remains, like skulls, bones, etc. Like, how would you consider the ethicals in this case? Like, if most of the skulls or remains they receive, like it's very ancient and old.
Well, I don't think that in this case it's a matter of the age of the human remains, because the respect that we owe to the human body is the same regardless on the post-mortem interval. I would bring in the discussion here the commodification of human body is not allowed to buy or sell parts or whole bodies or whole bodies, as I said before. So from my perspective, this would be a problematic issue. On the other hand, as we know, for instance, in Iran today, there is an organ market, a free organ market where organs, human organs for transplantation can be sold and can be bought. But it's a very well regulated field. It doesn't mean that it doesn't bring important issues such as race, important issues such as exploitation of the poor. So many ethical issues are still associated with this issue. So coming back to your question, in my opinion, it's an ethical problematic issue which should be very closely analyzed and regulated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wish to ask one question. Yeah. Is there any experience in COVID-19 situation where organs are being taken out of these deceased persons?
Excuse me, it was a question for me?
Now, once
Yes, the question was for you.
Is there? Can I ask again?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah. I want to ask, as we have all gone through with the COVID-19 situation, so many persons, they died on hospital tables, and their relatives are not able to get into them what happened with their corpse and what happened in the situation. So is there any experience related to COVID-19 where organs are being taken out and because there is a lot more humor in the newspapers, in the WhatsApp media. Can you give some highlight on this aspect, Beatrice?
So you asked me. Let me try to see if I understood well. So you asked me about corpses which are not taken from the hospital by their families.
Yes, by the families in the time of COVID-19, just in this last year. And there are some organs taken out of their corpse in this situation, as you have gone through with so many experience?
I'm not aware of this
related to laws
issue. What I know is that I mean it depends on the legislation of each country, but as far as in Romania, for instance, in Romania, the dead bodies who are not taken from the hospital or from the medical legal services by their families will be buried by the state. I mean, it's not allowed to use that body for science or for research just like this because they are not taken by their families. Well, I don't know what is the situation in the context of the pandemic about taking the organs or no, I'm not aware about this.
Thank you very much. For me, Thank you so much for giving this interactive talk.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Akigama. Are there any more questions? We can have a quick question now. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Beatrice.
I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, our next speaker is Dr. Pooja Chakrabarti. She is from National Forensic Sciences University, India, and she is going to give a presentation on recent advances in forensics odontology. And I request Dr. Pooja Chakrabarti to start her presentation now.
Am I audible?
Yes.
So, hello everyone. I am Dr. Pooja Chakravarti and I am from National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar. Today, the presentation will be more of in continuation with our previous sessions. Like namely, yesterday we heard Dr. Jayapriya talking about forensic odontology, some parts of it. Few questions were raised and probably I will be able to answer few of those questions through this session. Next, we had Mrs. Vinny Sharma talking about the artificial intelligence. And now again, we had Professor Beatrice talking about the cadavers and giving them the respect. So ultimately, what I decipher is that identification is one of the most important things, and a forensic odontologist has the main role to play whenever identification is taken. So let's see first what exactly forensic odontology is. The Federation Dentaire Internationale, that is the FDI, defines forensic odontology as that branch of dentistry which, in the interest of justice, deals with the proper handling and examination of the dental evidence and with proper evaluation and presentation of dental findings. The definition in itself clears a lot of things that forensic odontologist has to do. Forensic odontology is an evolving science and has a greater scope of development. It has established as an indispensable science in medical legal matters and in the identification of the dead person. The dental tissues are often preserved even if the deceased person is skeletonized, decomposed, burnt, or dismembered. Let's see what are the roles of a forensic odontologist or a forensic dentist. Forensic human identification, disaster victim identification, bite mark analysis, crime scene investigation, probing into the cause of death, and DNA evidences. These are the few works that are of prime interest to a forensic odontologist. Now, let's begin with some parts of forensic odontology. And to begin with, let's start with cheloscopy. This is nothing but the study of the lip pins. Initially, when we started with the cheloscopy, it was the completely manual process where fingerprint powders were brushed onto the latent lip prints and it was developed in the form of a slide. But now you see how hazy the print looks like. It becomes very difficult to analyze it based on the manual experiences. And even if you give me the same sample that I had analyzed some time back, there might be difference in results. The difference because the reticular pattern or the intersected pattern, what we say and we write in the cheloscopy, that may not match every time. It is subjected to bias. So now what we have is we have digitalized the process, which makes it even more easier to do it. And it is far more reliable. We are going to take the photographs or the 3D scans of these and we are going to analyze it digitally. Similarly, we have something called as rugoscopy, which is the study of rugae. We all are probably aware of what a rugae is like. Initially, it was taking of the impression, pouring of the cast, and then tracing the rugae pattern completely using the handheld instruments. But then it was subjected to a lot of bias again. What might appear like unisingular to me might not appear the same to you. It is subjected to difference in opinion. So once it was digitalized, it became far more easier to analyze. But let me tell you that kiloscopy and rugoscopy is still under question whenever we talk about identification, because these are not exact methods how we do the identification. This is more research oriented, and a lot more deeper research is required before it is taken into the court of law as part of a strong evidence. Next, we have central radiology. Initially, the radiology machines what we used to use for the live patients were used for the cadavers as well. The machines were wall-mounted machinery. The conventional methods used to shoot the X-rays, and it was difficult to shoot when the patient movement is restricted. It is quite obvious that a cadaver movement is just not possible due to the rigor mortis and due to the fixation of the body. So we need something that the machineries can be brought to the bodies, and what better than a portable X-ray? It can be used with fragile samples, that is incinerated or very fragile in nature due to any other reason. A complete record is taken when we are using a digital form of X-ray. It can be easily stored for future correspondence, and it is very effective in cases of analysis of ancient samples. Whenever the ancient samples are in question, a lot of things has to be kept in mind. You probably end up getting a single sample of a teeth. If you destroy that, then everything is lost. So we will try our best to preserve that. And the best way to do that is to document it using the digital radiographs. Now, coming on to the bite marks. A bite mark analysis majorly relies on two parameters, the teeth and the arch characteristics in terms of size, shape, number, type of dentation, position, spacings, arch shape, and width. The type of material on which it is bitten also plays a major factor. Now, let us discuss what are the problems with recording the bite marks. Only then we'll try to understand that what has been done to overcome these things. Time elapsed since the bite has been made. Generally, the forensic odontologists are not the first responders in any scene. A lot of time is lost before the recording has been done and it reaches the forensic odontologist for the analysis. This is called as golden period, which if lost, the evidentiary value of the bite mark is lost as well. If a living tissue is bitten, it starts to heal and shrink within some hours. Recording a bite mark using manual methods can be tricky because mostly the bite marks are very shallow, and even if we try to record it using the impression materials, it is not easy at all. There are several methods developed for bite mark analysis, but most of it can be challenged in the court of law due to its unlegal. Now, what are the methods what we already had in use? We do the metrics of the teeth surfaces, that is, we try to measure each teeth surface and we analyze it, we compare it with the dental cast and the impression in question. We have the photographic comparison where we analyze both the photographs together. We have the superimposition method. We have the scanning electron microscopic analysis, zero radiographic method, and the overlay method, which was quite popular some time ago. But recently, some developments have occurred, and we have switched to 3D scanning and 3D analysis of the bite marks, which is done that the entire thing is now scanned using handheld scanners. The bite mark, what was in question, comes directly into the digital format. We can preserve it in the form that we get it 3D printed as well. But even if we don't get it printed, these scan pieces, we can analyze each of the teeth surface separately along with the bite marks in question. So this is how the 3D scanning works in cases of bite mark analysis. Next, we have digital comparison method. There are a lot of softwares these days which we are using in order to analyze our things, whether it be the dental cast analysis or it be the bite mark analysis. Now, the tracing method was one such method where carbon paper was kept in between the teeth and the tracings were taken. But that was subjected to a lot of reasons there. And it was difficult to keep to be stable with the decisions. So now we have the digital methods, which says, according to which we just trace the incisal surfaces and the occlusal surfaces and we superimpose it digitally. Here is the entire method. If you can see here that the cast overlay is done here and the superimposition tracings are done, and which is then superimposed over the mark in question. Next, what we have is alternate light sources. This is nothing new. Alternate light sources were there since ages. But what is new is that now it is coming in portable forms. Now it is being used as a field operation thing. Earlier, there were huge cabinets of alternate light resources, which made it difficult to bring it to the field operation. The evidences had to be carried to the cabinet in order to analyze something. But whenever we talk about bite marks, not all bite marks are fresh. It might be few days old. And we do know that alternate light sources have different penetrating ranges. So older bite marks can also reflect up in the skin because of these different light sources. Now what we have is something like this, alternate light sources torches, which can be taken directly to the crime scene and can be used on the samples. Next, talking about the conventional age estimation methods, there are various methods, and if given a chance, I can talk a whole day on the methods of age estimation. It is different for the adolescents and for the children. Earlier, we had something like visual method, the morphological method, the radiographic method, biochemical method, probably because these were the particular things available when this entire science had started. But now, the radiographic methods and everything exists, but it has developed into a different thing where the cone beam computerized tomography are used for age estimation. If you see in these diagrams, we have the entire sections of the teeth. Now the volume of the bulb chamber, the apices sizes are being used to analyze the age of an individual. Next, we come to the facial approximation method. Earlier, when we started, what we had was three conventional methods, namely the Manchester, American, and the Russian method. I'll be briefly telling you how it works. We have the skull. So, whenever a case is in question, we cannot be directly having the skull. The skull, what we have, might have some soft tissue. So, we macerate that skull first. We replicate that skull using alginate and the plaster cast. And then that is the skull we use because we definitely do not want to destroy the skull in question there. Over that, we are going to take out the research databases according to which we'll find out what is the tissue thickness of that kind of population we are studying. So we will be adding the soft tissue tags onto the skull. So there are various parameters used, whether it is the midline points, or the bilateral tags. Over that, when we know what kind of thickness the muscles had in that population, we are going to fix it using the clay. Then we will completely fix up with the clay and smoothen the process. We will lastly finish it up with the eyeball attachment and the nose attachment. Now, the nose, ears, and the eyeball is completely subjected to artistic views because this is a cartilage. The nose is not a hard tissue. So you do not have something here to guide this nose, but there are certain parameters again, like the nasal spine, which will slightly guide you into making the nose. So that is what is going to make the major difference when you're doing it manually. Now, what we have is something, we have certain softwares which is going to do the entire process digitally. The skull, what we get from the crime scene, is now going to be scanned and taken into our software. We have some preform data over there, the databases, which will again fix up the muscles according to the shape, the position, the patterns, whatever we need, and then it's going to cover up with a layer of skin. So how did these added features come? There are going to be a lot of additional features like your eye color, your mustache, your hairs that you're going to add up, and you can finish up what looks like something like this. Now, when we were talking about facial reconstruction, one way of facial reconstruction is to reconstruct a face, but there is a second part wherein the entire skull that you get, that you retrieve, is in fragments. Now, it is very difficult to reconstruct this digitally, directly digitally, or even manually. So what we do is that we scan each piece of these fragmented bones and digitally we try to join them. You see these are the different colors of bones that has been joined over the software. And say for example, there is some part missing, like in this particular case, you can see that a part of the mandible is missing. Now, so we use the software to take the metric measurements and we 3D print the other half of the mandible and we complete the entire sample. These things are definitely are in researches and need a lot of work before it is taken into the court of law for evidentiary value of people. But till now, this can be used as a research purpose and a lot has been done in this. Next, we come to the facial recognition softwares. It is not a very difficult thing to hide your identity nowadays. You can add up with a lot of cosmetics, a lot of extra facial wears by which you can conceal your identity. But there are certain parameters on your heart tissue that remains the same. And that is exactly how a facial recognition software works. If you see, there are a lot of cameras in the airport these days. These are all linked to facial recognition softwares. So what it does is, if you see in this particular picture, only this much face is visible. So it has scanned the iris and it needs a database wherein the probable matches will be there. So now it is going to compare with in the database and say how much percentage or how much probability is there that there is a match between these two persons. That is how we get nab hold of criminal. Next, we come to a method called as superimposition. Facial superimposition was recently used in a case called the Shimabura case, where skeletal remains of this deceased was found in a jungle. The body was completely buried, incinerated, and it was found after a long time of her burial was done. Only the skeletal remains could be retrieved. It was not possible to identify it likewise, but the dental pattern of the corpses and then the superimposition done by the forensic experts had helped and had given a clue that yes, it could be the same disease in question. So how does this work? There are certain parameters in your heart tissue, like we said in cases of the facial recognition system. These parameters are joined. Now, when we are trying to, but we have to keep in mind that both the samples needs to be life-size. If the two different pictures are not life-size, the matching is probably not correct. But when we life-size the face picture and the skull picture, and then we superimpose it, we can see whether it is a match or it's not a match. Then, coming on to something interesting, that is the 3D scanning and the 3D printing method. 3D printing is going to help you a lot when it is a point of preservation of the evidence. Now, when we have a single piece of evidence, we certainly do not want to destroy it. We will try to preserve it the most, but what all the researchers we are going to do over it and what all the methods we are going to use may not be able to do completely on the sample and keep it safe. So what we do is we scan the entire sample. There are different kind of scanners we will be talking about in the next few slides. We will be scanning that and then we will convert it into STL files, that is the stereolithographic files. That is going to get into a software and that is where we are going to again print things. Once we print it, it is going to look somewhere like this. So we have different methods of 3D printing. It can be an additive method. It can be a subtractive method. That depends on what kind of method that the machinery in itself it follows. So what are the advantages of this? It can replicate the original sample. It is very useful in cases where the evidence needs to be preserved. It can be used for demonstration. Now, for example, there is a bullet trajectory that we need to explain to the judge. What we can do is we can take a 3D printed skull and we can go and explain to him that what was the trajectory path taken by the original bullet in the skull. The samples are durable and can be preserved over a very long period of time. But every advantages come with a side and disadvantage as well. And in that case, this says that 3D printing is quite a financial demanding process and it's quite costly. So it's not possible for all the developing countries to get rid of this technology. Next we come to the dental record maintenance. Now, why is a dental record maintenance so important that it's gaining its space over here? It is because whenever we are talking about identification through teeth, it has to be the matching between the antemortem and the postmortem. Unless we have the antemortem data, there is no point that the best postmortem data I have retrieved. So whenever I have a good quality antemortem data, it's only possible that I can match it with the postmortem and I can conclude the case. So earlier, what it was used was the dental cast, the case sheets, the medical case sheet and the dental case sheets, the radiographs, the dentures in itself, and the photographs. But the disadvantage with this was that the dental cast, like these files, what you're going to pile up of the different cases, that is going to take a lot of space in your own setup, which is not easy for all the dentists to maintain. And moreover, if I want to search a case that is some 5-6 years ago, it's not easy to find out in the pile of punches. Similarly, when we have these kind of x-rays, the x-rays fade away after a certain period of time. So now the same case when I'm bringing after 5 or 6 years, there is nothing in that x-ray plate. How am I going to analyze it? So there has been a lot of evolution and now we have these kind of softwares. There are different softwares, so I'm not naming any of them. These different softwares comes with different kind of modules according to which the dentist can directly complete the entire case sheet in this software itself. Similarly, we have something of a higher order called as holograms now. These kind of holograms is very easy to explain whenever I need to explain something to the court because these are live kind of demonstrations and it becomes very effective when I have to explain to them. Coming to artificial intelligence, a lot has been learned yesterday from Mrs. Vinny Sharma's talk, but just I'll brief up as in what kind of artificial intelligence and ML is going to help in forensic. Artificial intelligence is a field of engineering science dealing with the computational understanding and ability of the computers to mimic human brain, to exhibit an intelligent behavior, to perform the task effortlessly. And how does this work? A machine learning prediction technique is an algorithm that estimates an unknown dependency between a set of given input variables and its output variable. When such dependency is observed, it can predict the future output by identifying the target function that best describes the behavior governing the input-output patterns. Now, ever wondered how does YouTube recommends you the videos? It's because you search a certain variety of videos and that gets stored into the setup. That is where artificial intelligence comes in and it starts recommending you the same kind of videos. Like if I like to watch something related to food habits, so it comes popping up every time I open YouTube again. So there are certain methods here like the clinical decision support system, the artificial neural network, and the augmented reality and the virtual reality. These are the methods by which this artificial intelligence works. Now, let me tell you, it's not easy to set up this entire artificial intelligence thing. Like, for example, there has been a lot of research going on determining the sex and determining the age using artificial intelligence now. Let me tell you, a lot of data needs to get in before we try to standardize a method used by AI. So that is one limitation there. Next, we come to virtual dentopsy. Now, the incision part on the face is a very, very depressing thing because we have to give the body to the next of kins, and it's definitely not desirable. One, the person is dead. Next, we cannot be giving them more stress by putting incisions all over the face just in order to prove a point that we have identified or we have tried to determine the cause of death. So there will be certain cases where virtual dental autopsy is going to be very important. Let's see in brief what exactly is this virtual autopsy. In the 90s, the Institute of Forensic Medicine of the University of Bern, Switzerland, began to document the characteristics of the human body in a concrete, objective, and non-invasive way. This resulted in the creation of a new discipline denoted as virtopsy, a virtual project of autopsy. A new autopsy technique consists of the internal examination of dead bodies using computerized tomography and the magnetic resonance imaging without opening the body or the body parts. Due to the need of getting quick and accurate information about forensic cases, international researchers increasingly indicate virtual autopsy as a useful tool for forensic exams. It is more efficient and could be carried out and interpreted by a single specialized examiner. There is something called as humanitarian forensics, which actually prohibits us from using incisions directly on the face. And even if we are using the incisions, it better not be directly on the face, and we try to go submandibularly so that we can hide the incision later on while we stitch up the body. Now, let's come to something quite interesting, that is a virtual reality. There was a certain case like Caracas restoration has changed from manual to 3D digital. This image has been shown earlier in case of 3D printing, where this part of mandible was missing and it was reconstructed, and then the complete skeletal pattern was done. Similarly, if we retrieve some bones, we can virtually scan it and we can convert it into digitalized data. That is how the virtual reality is working. So how is that going to help you? It supports for the permanent record for the documentation. It can take the scene directly to the code because you are going to scan everything and you're going to convert it digitally. So it becomes very easy for you to carry it to the code and then demonstrate them. Preserves the original sample very safely. Can make multiple copies for different experimentations. Now, effectiveness depends on the fact that the different areas require different imaging techniques. The precision of virtual autopsy on detailing anatomical structures depends mainly on the equipment and the settings used. So, you have to determine whether CT is enough or MRI is enough. So, mostly the research protocols follow CTs for the hard tissue and MRIs for the soft tissues, and a combination of both for differentiation between the adjacent structures. Now, you can see this kind of research is going on where an application of artificial intelligence in dental age estimation was attempted by a few others. Let us just discuss a few cases that I came across here. In mass disaster cases, Donovan et al. Described for human identification purposes the use of adapted vehicles with imaging machines allowing for PM data collection on the field of disaster. The author states that the mobile computerized tomography imaging could provide a high level of positive identifications. In the field of odontology, a case where the victim was struck by respiratory obstruction from a foreign body. The differentiation of the obstructed structure was performed with combined computerized tomography and MRI. In conventional autopsy examinations, the greatest difficulty is to predict the depth of the foreign body. The virtual autopsy provides this information accurate and clear. Another specific odontological application for the virtual autopsy is on the comparison between AM orthopantomograms and PM reconstructed panoramic overviews of cranial CT images. This way, PM dental evidences can easily be related to the AM data of the expected missing person, and that is where Berger reported a positive identification case based on the superimposition of PMCE reconstructed images on the antemortem radiographs. Next and last, probably we come to the sketching part. Initially, when we started the sketching, it was using the different shades of darker pencil and the light pencils. But with the advent of technology, we have now shifted to the digitalized method, which has made it more uniform. Because what might look like thick to you might not appear the same to you. So now when we have the digital patterns, all we need to assemble it and we digitalize it. It is far more uniform, it is free of bias, it is a kind of permanent record, and comparatively, it is time saving. But this is a technique sensitive process, and a lot of practice has to be done before getting a hold on this particular software. Thank you. This was what I had to speak about this topic. And if there is any question, I'll be more than happy to answer that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pooja Chakravarti. That was an excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, and we are open to questions now. If anybody has a question, please ask Dr. Pooja Chakravarti.
Dr. Pooja?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nice presentation by you. Very artificial intelligence new talk. I wish to ask you, if a criminal person unplanted his tooths or complete jaw after the crime, how this forensic odontology helps in this situation? Because there is no pre-record of anyone bite mark, or we don't have any data of dental impression of any person.
Ma'am, can you just repeat the question? There was a little cracking in your voice. I couldn't get the entire thing.
I would remove my this voice and speak from my side. Please wait for it. While
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
If a criminal person
Yes, ma'am.
implanted a new tooth or jaws after committing a crime, any crime. Now, how forensic odontology helps in this situation? Because there is no pre-record of anyone's bite marks or any data available of tooth marks of any person. We don't have a data, previous data. So how can we compare that this person is that one?
Ma'am, one thing is that unless we have an antemortem data, there's nothing we can compare with. So that is one of the foremost disadvantage you can say of forensic odontology. And next, if there is an implant there, so we will take a radiograph and we can see whether the bone integration, whether it is natural or it is not. And there have been certain researches done, ma'am, according to which we can find out how long the integration has been done. So now, if I can compare with the time of the crime that has occurred there and with the time that this implant has been taken, so I'll definitely know that, okay, this implant is a new one. So I'll try to analyze the entire setting of the teeth, excepting that particular implant or the newer teeth that has been added to the set of teeth. But it is very difficult, ma'am, because without the antemortem record, it's not possible to analyze it. It will just add as a corroborative evidence and not as a solid evidence. Sorry, ma'am?
As you have shown the slide where you have given, there is a record of the medical dental, we should keep a record of it. Are we going to do this in recent coming years or in our researches? Are we planning to do that?
It is happening in some parts of the world. It is already happening, ma'am. The researchers has been on in it, and it has been quite dedicatedly done in quite some part of the country, ma'am. But since there are a lot of developing countries and funding is one of the major problems, so from our side, that is from India, there is certain restraint, but still some researches are going on now.
One thing is that what is the cost of the software which we are using for artificial intelligence and performing all this work, which can give us the concrete results on the corpses, on the skulls for superimposition and all.
So these depends on the different companies that they supply. So it can range from some 75,000 to some 1.53 lakhs also. So that will depend on the efficacy and the sensitivity what we are planning for. It depends from company to company they are providing.
And what are the qualification of a person who is performing this artificial intelligence work? Are they the person related to the physical sciences or the cyber crimes only, or other field workers can do?
Actually, anyone can do that, because now we have certificate courses also coming up on like MSc in artificial intelligence. So what they do is that they are going to teach you basically how the science of artificial intelligence works. So we know all the basics like the CNN, CDS, all the different parts of AI, we are going to know it. And then we will apply that artificial intelligence into our field of study, that is in this case forensics.
One more thing, how far we can trust on these virtual reality softwares and all, because there is no such means. How can we see the acceptability of the reports in the court of law? Because we can add it. We are so much smart in the cyber crimes and all. We can add it to all the information. That becomes a very big challenge in the
Exactly, ma'am. And ma'am, this is the only reason that still it is a long time before these evidences are taken into the court of law as an evidence, ma'am. A lot of research again has to go on here. Like we do the metrics of the bones. So now if I'm giving you a virtual sample of a femur, you are definitely going to start with the metric. But how reliable is that? Because if I add the software which I can use to edit, I can edit it anyhow. We can reduce the sample, we can add the sample, we can change the sample as well. But what you are getting, you don't know about it, and the entire analysis can go wrong. So what we do is that we have some 1,000 samples now, and we virtually try to analyze it, how accurate or how efficient is that. That is how we'll try to analyze whether it is an effective method or is it not. But now, ma'am, it's a very long time before it goes to the court, ma'am.
Under research.
Absolutely, ma'am. The entire
Means this process is under research. We have to do a lot of research. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Our next speaker is Dr. Nail Abbasov from Forensic Science Center of Ministry of Justice of Azerbaijan Republic, and he is going to give a talk on development directions of implementing forensic examinations activity. And I request Dr. Nail Abbasov to start his presentation.
Hello, thank you very much. I'm sorry for my extraordinary situation for this presentation. I have some problems, but I make oral presentation in a few minutes if it's possible. So the name of the topic is development directions of implementing forensic examination activity. As we all know that our judgment system based on adversarial principle, and this adversarial principle is in fair judgment proceeding has been postulated in part 3 of Article 14 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and part 3 of Article 6 of the Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms. The normative basics of the examination which may be carried out by private court experts on civil and administrative forensic proceedings in the legislation of foreign countries we are familiar with in the local legislation, such as USA, Great Britain, France, and Germany. According to us, through enlarging the scope of practice mentioned concerning it in to all judgment trials will lay the base of full establishment of adversarial principle. Thus, the foundation on creation of new relations that will boost for the development in examination proceedings. These relations can be named adversary of experts. We think that the notion adversary of experts will occupy a significant place in assessment of expert comment and provides a just competition. Consider that presentation of opportunity to obtain the expert comment not depending on court decision and forensic consideration about determining of examination only intends to positively impact the realization of adversarial principle of parties in fair judgment proceeding. It's hopeful case that in spite of fairly high development of scientific and legal basics of forensic examination, scientific studies aiming at further improvement of determination and procedural process of forensic examination are ongoing. Necessity of such studies is featured by improving the state law system, more developing of democratic basics of criminal justice judgment procedure. Moreover, conduct of freedom reforms of legislation on the activity of forensic examination allows the full realization of such as an important adversarial principle of fair judgment proceeding. Nowadays, examination procedural practice has been developed to be applied immersively not only by state, but also independent experts of non-governmental offices in a number of foreign countries. As the practice shows that procedure of determining non-governmental examination, their execution and using from their results, choosing the expert office of certain experts, their preparatory and specialty level, and such kind of problems are actual. So those unresolved issues in its turn can cause to bring about the differences in governmental and non-governmental examination. Their results and complexities in legal assessment of competent expert comments. The outcome from all above mentioned facts consists that provision of accessibility of examination to the defense side is a condition of full establishment of adversarial principle. In itself, this will support the certain of adversarial principle in examination proceeding and comprehensive detection of objective truth. For this purpose, we consider that the implementation of necessity proceedings importantly in the direction of establishment of proper mechanism, presence of registers about experts, provision of openness of the ways to be applied in order to check the expert's comment, forming these comments content to the internationally unitary shape, fixation of study process in digital form. This is a small part of my presentation, but for now I can do only this. Sorry for my situation, and thank you very much. I appreciate your whole efforts of global scientific field, and I hope that such kind of forensic community will improve our efforts to build a reliable and truthful atmosphere in for the experts and behind the experts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Naila Basu.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presence here. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate. Thank you.
You can continue with the question now. Rakhi Khanna.
Okay. I think I have stopped your session. I'm sorry, sir, if there is any misinterpretations. Pooja has given all answers correctly. There is a lot more challenges in the field. We have to work hard. We have to research to establish all these artificial intelligence evidences to accept in the court of law. So it's over. I think Pooja, she's satisfied with my answer.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. This is all related to a lot of researchers, ma'am, and I don't know how much time will be actually enough to bring this to the court, because there will be a lot more challenges. It will be coming up with the time the researchers also advances. So it's not just about the metrics, it's about a lot of things now. So the soft tissue part, when we are analyzing, like we have 3D printing, what about the 3D printing of soft tissues? How accurate is that? So how can we accept that when we are talking in the law? Because ma'am, 3D printing and everything actually does come to forensics from the medical field itself. So we are 3D printing the spinal cords like thing, and we are using it. So there it's not subjected to any kind of judiciary. But whenever an evidence comes as a part of judiciary, it means that a person's life is at stake because of that evidence. So if there is even 1% of doubt with that, I better say that our more research needs to be done there. So totally agree to you, ma'am.
Now the era is of virtual autopsy, the era of artificial intelligence. Instead, the background you are using, Pooja, it is also a virtual background, you know.
Absolutely.
And now it needs further emphasize whether expert is from where it is giving his talk. It's a very new thing, and it's a challenge also for forensic.
Very true, ma'am.
We are enjoying, sir, global scientific, sir. I'm enjoying the whole conference, the
Thank you very
idea,
much.
Of course,
and
ma'am.
all the
There
experts.
is so much
need
discussion
to
on
be-
different topics that we are not experts in. Like you are an expert in toxicology, but there are other things in forensic that in today's term needs to be explored. Like my forte is forensic odontology mainly.
Okay.
So when you talked about toxicology, that was my part of enhancement of my knowledge. So we grow. That is how we grow, ma'am.
Mine. Yeah, yeah. I don't know how can I help the entire community of scientifics as a deputy director training. After the toxicology, I'm providing training in all aspects, like starting from the crime scene, crime kits, the photography, the videography, and I'm come across with all students of our national universities. Very so many students comes to us as an interns, and we provided them trainings on different aspects. We also, as a learner, needs to learn so much from all of you,
course,
the all young comers. We need to learn from all of the entire world. Yeah. And this virtual platform, we are thankful to the global scientific build because they are providing us a platform to interact with so many intellectual persons. So it's a very, very, I think, important thing which COVID provides us.
Very true, ma'am.
COVID-19 provides us this opportunity in spite of every odds. Tamanna is there, Tamanna?
I think she's
Tamanna
there. I
wants
think.
to
Yes,
learn, so
I'm
you have
on.
to interact yesterday. Yesterday my talk slightly goes above. I don't know what the time was there. I think I have got more time. So if you want to ask something, we can have an interactive session in this meet.
Ma'am, nothing.
When
I
we
have
have
nothing
our
much
next
to say.
speaker, sir.
We can have 10 discussion. Later we move for a break. Then we have a talk from Miss Bianca.
Actually, the thing is, ma'am, as a student, I think it's very difficult to get like internships or like trainings in forensic science institutes in India. Is your wherever you are, the lab that you're working in, are they open to taking students for training?
Yeah, as a interns, we have come across with many students starting from the batch from January onwards. There are so many students who comes us as interns, and we are providing trainings to them in different divisions. We are providing training in ballistics, in chemistry, in this DNA division, in biology, in serology, in toxicology, even in physics. And now we are providing training in cyber also.
Okay.
So
Hello, everybody. And our next speaker for today is Ms. Bianca Hanganu from Gregory T. Popa University of Medicine and Pharmacy of Lasi, Romania. And she is going to give a talk on the role of forensic pathologist in effective communication with the derived family. And I request Ms. Bianca to start her presentation now.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all hear me well. The topic we have chosen for the presentation for this webinar is one that did not receive as much attention as it should. Even the literature is quite scarce on this subject, but we consider it should be of more interest given the advantages it brings or the disadvantages in case it is deficient. Daily practice of the forensic pathologist involves a wide range of cases, from newborns to elderly, from sudden death to violent death to suspicious death, from natural death to murder, accident, and suicide. During medical legal death investigation, families will have many questions and concerns with additional challenges and emotions not faced by the families following, let's say, the normal or anticipated death, which will worsen the experience of grief and loss regardless of the manner of death. Likewise, investigation generally delays and often affects the mourning rituals, leading to uncertainty, additional frustration, and psychological stress. Although in the public eye, forensic pathologists are commonly thought to practice an uncommunicative medical specialty, the reality is that they are often confronted with major communicative challenges. Although informed consent is not required for a forensic autopsy, it is known that the bereaved family wish to have an explanation of the autopsy results. Depending on legal inquiries and confidentiality regulations, forensic pathologists contact the next of kin of the deceased, investigate the medical history of the deceased. Additionally, they sometimes offer support during the process of mourning. After autopsy, they inform family members of the cause of death and possible risk factors. Likewise, they should be available to answer questions of the family members. The information they give should be accurate, offering comprehensible explanation, clarifying the issues of the family in a sympathetic manner. They have the possibility to comply with this as they are the only who have knowledge of the entire case and of the decedent's specific disease or injuries. They examine the body, interpret the autopsy results, and interpret the laboratory findings. How medical legal professionals communicate with families in the aftermath of a death will have a direct impact on their ability to cope, their view on the medical legal system, and their willingness to cooperate with the investigation and future proceedings. Death is almost always a traumatic experience to the survivors. They might have many complex combinations of grief, knowledge, guilt, ignorance, anger, animosity, avarice, and other personality traits. Emotional impact on death is magnified enormously when it occurs unexpectedly. For traumatized next of kin, acute stress reactions and post-traumatic stress disorders are very common. Therefore, honest, clear, and empathetic communication is needed in this forensic medical field in order to bring peace to the family members. Effective communication in medicine is fundamental, but is not an easy task, especially when it's about death. Under these conditions, the provision of information must be done in a comfortable place, carefully measuring the amount of information as desired by the family. Although they are well-intentioned, some statements may be potentially hurtful, so it's better to be avoided. Statements like, "I know how you feel," or "this will help you get closer." The process provides the family with information that helps them cope with their loss, but insinuating that it will help them get closer is inappropriate and insensitive to many. Another statement, "I know what you are going through." Actually, no, because no two losses are alike. Or it could have been worse, or it is God's will. Do not bring up religion unless the family will bring it up first. Sometimes it's hard to understand the bigger plan for us, or they are in a better place. It's also important not to refer to the decedent as the body, and when describing the autopsy procedures, use plain language, but avoid insensitive analogies like microscopic studies are when we chop up an organ and look at it under the microscope. The lack of professional communication training for forensic pathologists has already been recognized in the United States of America, where the education of doctors mainly focuses on forensic aspects while dealing with bereaved families is seldom taught. In a survey performed in Germany in 2015, the heads of the institutes in particular reported the need for further education in the contact with the next of kin of the deceased. In the same study from Germany, working with relatives of the deceased seemed to be a challenge everywhere, especially for younger colleagues, and the doctors were aware of the desire of relatives of the deceased to talk to the forensic pathologist. Although it can be assumed that trained therapists are more appropriate for this task, next of kin prefer contact with the person who carried out the postmortem examination and autopsy. This should be seen as a part of a doctor's everyday task and made available if requested. According to a study performed in Japan in 2010 on family members using questionnaire, most of the respondents considered that the explanation were either inappropriate or indifferent to the feelings of the next of kin. Negative reactions after an autopsy were correlated with negative perception, such as insufficient explanation or low satisfaction with the quality of the explanation before the autopsy. These results suggest that an insufficient or deficient explanation about the process before autopsy and findings after autopsy would have rendered many families too frustrated and angry. On the other hand, a study performed in Switzerland in 2002, also on family members and using a questionnaire, showed that around 70% judged the information before the autopsy as sufficient and comprehensible, and around 30% felt that they were not properly informed. Around 80% considered the quality of information as being sufficient and comprehensible, while only around 20% were not satisfied. Advantages of effective communication address both the family members and the medical field, the research, and the forensic pathologists likewise. For the survivors, they will know about pre-existing diseases of the deceased and risk factors that they might be exposed to. Effective communication will relieve the survivor's sorrow determined by an erroneously assumed burden of guilt to the sudden death. Sometimes the doctors might offer recommendation of psychological support to help through the grieving process. Moreover, effective communication will strengthen the trust in the institutes, will lead to a greater acceptance of autopsy in society, may increase the number of tissue donations, and may increase the consent to scientific projects, thus bringing advantages for the medical field and research. Likewise, effective communication will help the doctor to acquire useful information, perhaps vital for the solution of the death, can help obtain useful anamnestic data about the decedent, and find out more about the decedent's medical background when death has occurred in the absence of medical observation. Just want to check if you still hear me, because sometimes I have problem with my connection. Do you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I was just checking. According to the Scientific Working Group for Medical Legal Death Investigation, frequently asked questions are the following. Where is my loved one? Can I see him or her, or do I need to identify him or her? How will they be identified? What do I do now? Is an autopsy always performed, and is there a charge? Can I refuse an autopsy? Why are autopsies performed, and who performs them? What are the benefits of an autopsy? How do I recover personal effects and clothing collected by medical examiner or the coroner? When will she or she be released? Who has the responsibility of making arrangements? Who can I contact with questions? In order to find peace, families need to know various types of information after the autopsy. For example, the parents of the infant who fell prey to sudden death syndrome, they what really killed our baby? Shouldn't this pediatrician who examined the child the day he died have recognized that he was seriously ill-sick enough to die within a few hours? Could we have prevented the death? Did the baby suffer? Did he smother? Did he die from something that happened during pregnancy? If we have another baby, could this same thing happen again? Or the bereaved daughter of a mother who died alone in the house may ask, can you tell me whether she suffered as she was dying? How long had she had this hardening of the arteries that was responsible for her death? She never complained to me. Could anyone have saved her if they had been with her when she collapsed? Some questions can be quickly and correctly answered, like how many times was my son shot? Where did the bullets hit him? Was my husband drunk when he drove his car into the tree? My father thought he had cancer when he committed suicide. Did you find cancer at the autopsy? But some questions may be impossible to answer. For example, which one of the three bullets struck my wife first? Forensic pathologists should be forthright and candid and should possess sufficient intellectual security to concede readily the limitations of his knowledge, to concede that one is not the repository of all human knowledge is not a confession of blameworthy ignorance or professional incompetence. Likewise, there are some requests from the family that must be refused. A grieving, distraught relative may call in to request that an autopsy not be done, despite the fact that medical legal indication for its performance is absolute. Often demands substantial patience from the physician as he explains why he must carry out certain procedures despite their potentially traumatic effect on the survivors. This sympathetic approach often helps ease the blow. Objectivity and sympathy allow the physician to handle the delicate situation with as much grace and understanding as the circumstances permit. Scientific Working Group for Medical Legal Death Investigation recommends a series of principles for communicating with next of kin during the medical legal investigation. The first principle, no two individuals grieve alike. Thus, the forensic pathologist should pay attention and be sensitive and respectful towards the cultural, religious, and individual preferences. Second, the forensic pathologist should benefit of appropriate training, referring but not being limited to death notification, interacting with people in crisis and trauma, grief education, management and return of personal effects, how to respond to angry reactions, and how to manage hostile situations. Also, They should recognize that guilt can be a major factor for the next of kin in many causes and manners of death. The third principle, information should be provided in multiple formats, verbally and written, like in brochures or in websites. They should cover the basics of death investigation process, the reason for the investigation, using a simple language, anticipating the frequently asked questions. In places where there is a lot of language variety, similar brochures must be written in commonly spoken languages in that area. Also, sign language for deaf families is a useful practice. The grieving families will have difficulty in processing information verbally and in remembering details. So, information should be repeated and important information offered in writing. Offer them as well a point of contact for follow-up questions and tell them how and when the final cause of death will be communicated. The fourth principle, prepare the next of kin for the condition of the remains. Usually, they expect an intact body, but the reality is that usually the bodies are decomposed with severe damage or fragmented. Forensic pathologists should address the viewability of their loved ones, take time to prepare the next of kin for what will be or not be viewable in order to establish realistic expectations. Sometimes reconstruction might be possible. The sixth principle. I skipped some of them, but you can find all of them on the website provided after the last principle. So the sixth principle, provide next of kin with reasonable expectation. Initially tell them that an investigation will be conducted, which means external examination, toxicological examination, and performing the autopsy itself. Convey what is known and what is unknown, like time frames, how they will find out, who they can contact in case of additional questions. The seventh principle, avoid direct visual identification of remains whenever possible, but tell the family how the identification was accomplished. In case it is necessary to view, show them a photograph in a neutral or separate location. Then ask the family about other useful information for identification, like dental records or medical records. The eighth principle, provide information on resources available to the next of kin to assist them in their grief. Some examples are the following. Resource networks with local and national advocacy or family support programs, crime victims assistance, bereavement counseling, support groups, crime victims compensation, burial assistance, and community crisis intervention programs. The 11th principle, families have the right and the need to understand how and why their loved one died. News should be delivered with sensitivity and compassion. Final cause of death should be communicated early in the investigation. Ask families about specific preferences to receive the information. Maybe they prefer a telephone call, or maybe a letter, or maybe they prefer to meet. Lack of information on how their loved one died may lead to maladaptive coping behaviors, more complicated grief, and additional stress and anxiety because of uncertainty. The 12th principle, ensure that families receive personal effects in a sensitive and timely manner. In case they are held for legal reason or evidence, make them understand the reason. The 13th principle, ensure families always have a point of contact at the medical legal office and that their questions or calls are responded in an efficient manner. In case of excessive or repetitive requests, you can guide them to the local or national resources to assist the family. In conclusion, the role of the forensic pathologist in effective communication with the bereaved family is multiple, from alleviating suffering to clarifying the cause of death and preventing early death. Consequently, communication skills are needed in many respects. Just as the trainee must be taught to deal with the scientific problems and challenges indigenous to medical legal pathologies, so too must he be consciously instructed in how to handle the people problems associated with talking to the decedent's relatives who have a deep and abiding interest in his observation and opinions. Effective communication skills should be an integral part of the instruction process for the forensic pathologist. And thank you for your attention. And I hope I'm still with you.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much, Ms. Bianca, for your excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. We are open to questions now. If anybody has a question, you can ask Ms. Bianca.
Thank you so much for this very sensitive and emotional issues to touch on this aspect. Nice hearing from your side.
Thank you. I thought it is a good idea to discuss all about this in the forensic field.
Thank you so much, Bianca.
We are,
Okay, and moving on, our next speaker is Mr. Kevin Davis from Jain University, India, and he's going to give us talk on study on life cycle of Lucilia sericata on the pork meat. Yes, and I request Mr. Kevin to start his presentation now. Kevin, please unmute yourself.
Okay. Hello all, am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So hello everyone, greetings from India. This is Kevin Davis. So I have a master's in forensic science, specialized in forensic biology and toxicology. And I've been autopsy expert assistant in Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology, St. John's Medical College, Bangalore. And at present, I am a part of Analytical Division, Advanced Research and Innovation, Laurel, Paris, India. So moving on to present my study here on study of life cycle of Lucilia sericata on the pork meat, that is Scopha domesticus. So before we begin into presentation, let us know what is entomology. Entomology is the basic study of insects. Now, let's go to forensic entomology. Okay, so forensic entomology is the field that uses arthropods to estimate the time elapsed since death. That is basically the postmortem interval. So other than determining the postmortem interval, forensic entomology is also used to solve civil cases. Civil cases, for example, the storage product entomology, as well as the cases which come from real estates. Now, insects recovered from the body, predominantly dipteran flies, can give us a lot of information of what the body has experienced and what conditions the body sustained after death. Now, flies from species Califoridae as well as Sarcophagidae are very important to provide relevant evidence on flies from species Califoridae and Sarcophagidae are very important as they provide relevant evidence for estimating the postmortem interval by determining the oldest age of the maggot. Now, some of the very important category of forensic insects are necrophagous, which are commonly called as blowflies, and parasites and predatory, omnivorous, which are ants and wasps. Now, let's go to insect succession. Insects are the first organism to discover and colonize the corpse after death. There are a series of events which takes place as the series of insects which visit the corpse after death. So each time lapse signifies a particular family. For example, if you take family Califoridae and Sarcophagidae, these are the insects which visit the corpse soon after death. But when you consider insects such as beetles, which belong to family Phoridae or Cleridae, these are the organisms which visit the corpse in a very much later stages. So what is the definition of insect succession? The gradual replacement of one group of insects as soon as they complete their life cycle by another group of insects are known as insect succession. Now, let's move to cadaver decomposition. So everyone know here, there are series of events that take place as soon as the person dies. So these the metabolic switch-offs that take place internally as well as externally. Now, the external switch-offs can be clearly visible. This external switch-offs can be vary between terrestrial as well as aquatic habitats. So there are two types of stages that takes place. One is in terrestrial as well as in aquatic. In terrestrial, there are namely 4 stages: fresh stage, bloated stage, active decay, and remains. And in aquatic stage, there are submerged stage, early floating, floating decay, and advanced floating stage, and sunken remains. Now, aquatic decomposition comes in picture only when the person dies due to drowning or the person is murdered and thrown into water. So only when water is related, aquatic decomposition stages come into existence. Now, there are certain factors which affect the insect succession. Now, the factors are temperature, humidity, season, time of the day, precipitation, presence of drug, geographic location, location of the corpse, presence or absence of clothing, depth of the burial, condition of the corpse, which can either accelerate or decelerate the event in the life cycle of the insect. So when I tell you it all accelerates or decelerates, there are certain events in the life cycle which gets alterated, such as detection of the corpse by the insect or ovipositions. So the rate of oviposition accelerate or decelerate based on the natural orifices present. If the cadaver has a lot of wounds and bleeding present, the rate of oviposition is very much accelerated. But if the body is clean or it doesn't have any bleeding or wounds present, the rate of the oviposition is completely less, because the insect go in the search of natural orifices such as anal opening, nasal opening, and then start their oviposition. Then the time taken for the deposition of eggs also vary. It depends on temperature as well as humidity. If the temperature is favorable, it takes place between 1 or 2 days. But if the temperature is unfavorable, it goes more than 2 days. Next, change in the time of interval between the transition states. So when you tell transition states here, the transition state from an egg to larva or larva to pupa or pupa to an adult fly varies between the humidity, season, and temperature. If these are not favorable, they can still stay in the hard shell until the time is favorable to them. So it's very important to study the life cycle of the insect in order to determine the PMI precisely. These are the certain review of literatures which are based on the specific insects on the specific stages of life. Now, let's move on to aim and objective of the subject. The aim is, as blowflies are one of the important arthropods in the determination of the PMI, this study aims to study the life cycle of one of the important, forensically important insect, that is Lucilla sericata. So Lucilla sericata is also known as green bottle fly. And Lucilla sericata is pertained to certain regions, and it's pertinent only certain regions. Now, objectives. To study the process of colonization of Lucilla sericata on bait, and to identify and document the stages of development of Lucilla sericata. Now, methodology. Methodology was differentiated into 4 different aspects. First is collection of meteorological data. The meteorological data was collected during the tenure of 14 days of experiment, such as temperature, humidity, precipitation, sunrise, sunset, and wind flow, etc. This was taken by the local newspaper as well as internet. Now, protocol for bait preparation. The bait was prepared by taking Sarstropha domesticus, that is pork meat, and it was kept in an altitude of 14 feet high from the ground, and it was buried in a soil. That was the bait preparation. Next, protocol for observational changes in the bait meat. Now, to study the observational changes in the meat, there were 3 particular characteristics that were taken. That was color, texture, and odor. So color, texture, and odor was studied throughout the experiment to see how the changes take place. Next, protocol for observation of insect succession. How insect succession take place, starting from egg to larva to pupa to an adult fly. It was completely observed for 4 times in a day with 4 hours of intervals. That was 7 a.m. in the morning, 11 a.m., and 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. technically there were 3 insects that was identified in the field of study. One is Lucilla sericata, which belongs to family Califoridae. Next is its sister insect, Lucilla cuprina, which belongs to family Califoridae. And another insect called a Sarcophaga hemorrhoidalis, which belongs to family Sarcophaga. Since it was very much, Lucilla sericata and Lucilla cuprina very much closely related and exactly looked same in their morphological appearances, it was very much need for us to differentiate between them in order to continue the study. So when you differentiated, taxonomical keys were taken in order to differentiate between Lucilla sericata and Lucilla cuprina. So in Lucilla sericata, the color of the frontoclypeal membrane was light brown, but in Lucilla cuprina, it was dark brown to black. The shape of apical halls of the cerci was broad and tapering in Lucilla sericata, whereas it was slender and parallel in Lucilla cuprina. Bristles of the scutellum was dorsal bristles distinctly smaller than lateral hairs in Lucilla sericata, and it was smaller and equal in Lucilla cuprina. Now, when you tell that the egg gets converted from egg to larva, there is a series of changes which happens from egg to larva. So the larva passes from first instar larva, second instar larva, and third instar larva. Once it reaches its third instar larva, the larva gets prepared to get converted into pupa by covering it a hard shell around itself. So it was very much need for us to determine what status of larva it is. So this particular protocol was used to determine the larval stage based on the posterior spiracles. So when you take the posterior side of the larva, there are spiracle slits that are present on the posterior side of the larva. So to determine the number of posterior slits, because if you take one posterior spiracle, it is first instar larva. When you take 2 posterior spiracles, and it is second instar larva. When there is 3 posterior spiracle slits, it belongs to the third instar larva. So this particular protocol was taken. So the larva was put in 10% humidity, which was collected during the tenure of the experiment. So these are the variation that happened in humidity, temperature, and precipitation. If you see humidity, it has a gradual up and down crest and trough. The same with temperature, but precipitation, only one day it was really high, the other day it was generally normal. Now, this is the changes in the meat that was observed. As I told you, there were 3 characteristics that were taken. One was color, one was odor, and one was texture. So when you see on the first day, it was pink in color with fresh meat smell, and the texture was very smooth. And the second day, it was same, but initial foul smell was initiated. And it started leaving a lot of amount of moisture. On the third day, it was lightish brown in color, and it started showing putrefaction and bloating characteristics, such as having a greenish discoloration. This greenish discoloration is due to the methane gas that is being produced. And it has a lot of heavy foul smell and huge amount of moisture around the meat. Fifth day, it was complete greenish in color, and there was reduction, slowly reducing in the foul smell. Reduction in the moisture too. It started getting dry. It started slowly showing into light brown, brown, and lastly turned to black. And gradually the smell started decreasing and the meat started turning from smooth to dry. Now, these are the insect species that were involved during the tenure of the experiment. As I told you, there were 3 species. One is Sarcophaga hemorrhoidalis, Lucilla sericata, and Lucilla cuprina. These were the number of insects that were really observed during the tenure of experiment. And on the second day, there were 70 to 80 unhatched eggs. And on third day, there were 8 to 10 adults and 7 to 8 unhatched eggs. This difference you can see here is due to the lot of temperature variation. And on day 6, there were larvae found crawling under the cavity of the meat piece. If you ask me why is there the larva present on the cavities under the meat piece, because the temperature which the larva wanted is much reduced temperature than the habitat. Hence, the insects go lay eggs under the meat piece so that the temperature is totally lesser than the surrounding. And on day 5, they started having hatching eggs from first, second, and third instar larvas. And on the 9th day, on day 7, they started turning into pupa. So these were the observations that were made. This is the fresh meat piece where the insects, you can see these are all Lucilla sericata, which is green in color, which was found on the meat piece. And this is the greenish discoloration that you can see that is due to putrefaction and bloating. This is a large amount, this is on the day 3, large amount of Lucilla sericata feeding and breeding on the meat piece. And this is the habitat that was provided. You can see here gradually the meat piece turning into from pink to slightly greenish and dark brown in color. And this is the dried meat piece. You can see here gradually things turning into dry condition with reduced foul smell. If you can see here, larvae has been emerging out from the cavities. This you can clearly notice, you can see this larva having the segmented metamerism. You can see them. These are the larvae of Lucilla sericata. You can see in various pictures that the larvae have been emerging out. So once they were there, they started turning into pupa. And these are the large amount of larvae that is coming out, slowly turning into pupa as the temperature was favorable. And these are the microscopic slides that were used to identify the posterior spiracles. As previously told, one important protocol that was followed to identify the posterior spiracles. And this is the anterior end of the larva under stereo microscope. This is how the larva looks under a stereo microscope. This is an enlarged image of the mouth parts under stereo microscope. This is the mouth part of the larva. This is the posterior part of the larva under microscope. This is how the posterior part looks. And if you can clearly notice here, there are 3 spiracle slits that are present. And there are 2 spiracles that are present. 1, 2, 3, 1 spiracle. This is the second spiracle, and the number of slits are 3. So when there is 3 posterior spiracle slits that are present, that indicates the larva belong to the 3rd instar larva stage. So this is how we determine the stages of the larva. Result. This study describes the life cycle of a forensic important insect. The life cycle of the fly was observed in a tropical environment in an altitude of 14 feet from the ground. The decomposition period was around 11 days. The life cycle of the insect consists of 4 stages as known: egg, that is 1 to 2 days, larva, 4 to 9 days, with developing stages of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd larva, pupa for 5 days to a week. Again, this depends on temperature and humidity. Adult, it depends on the temperature and humidity. If there is no favorable condition, they will stay long, prolonging their emergence into an adult fly, staying into the hard shell around them. Another important aspect which was identified is most of the insects are observed during the fresh and the bloated stage. Discussion. The basic reason for using insects in the criminal investigation is that it is the field is denominated as forensic entomology. It resides in the fact that insects are the first ones to detect and find the cadaver present in all stages. Another important point is that it's to be considered is that oviposition can occur even after seconds after the corpse died and even after minutes after death. It is interesting point that the insects of forensic importance are those that do not just visit the corpse or carcass in the adult form, but also breed in these substrates, because by knowing the developmental time, it is easy to estimate the time since death. Conclusion. This study is useful in understanding the life cycle of Lucilla sericata, which helps in precise determination of PMI under similar conditions as investigated in the study. Open to questions now.
Hi, I'm Nicole. I have a questions, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Yes, go
Yeah,
ahead.
in my course, we learn about blowflies, and then Yeah, I don't want to start my video.
Come again.
Yeah, in my course, we learned about blowflies, but we haven't learned anything about Lucilia sericata. Just want to know, like, what region it's most often that can be seen, like Lucilia sericata on a body corpse.
Okay, Lucilla sericata can be mostly seen in one of the tropical regions. It is not found in most of the deserted areas, but it is found in the deciduous and tropical regions. And the region where I conducted the experiment is Karnataka, Bangalore, India, which is kind of very much tropical area. And it is one of the very important forensic insect, which belongs to the family Calliphoridae.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Any
Mr. Kevin,
Yes.
yeah, thank you so much for covering this subject.
Okay.
Thank you so much for covering forensic entomology. It's very interesting. And also, I feel that, I think you would agree with me that forensic entomology is very underrated field under forensic science. And all the research that has been done in the recent scenario is mostly of 20 years to 10 years. So are there any, so are there any particular case studies that inspire you or that stand out for you? And also, can you please touch upon the scope of forensic science and new advances in forensic entomology? Sorry.
Okay. So when you tell me, when you ask me a question of how is forensic entomology used in the, it's a very dreadful topic because no one has mostly done research on it. It's a growing topic. It will take some more years for it to grow. And another important aspect is when I was working in as an autopsy expert, there was a case study which had come where a person has hanged 3 days ago, but no one knew at what time elapsed since death was. Based on the larva that is present, based on the adult flies and the age of the eggs, the forensic entomologists were use this information to find out what is the time the person has hanged before. So it's a developing topic and it's an emerging topic. But if you take zoology departments of most of the South India, they have started studying more about forensic entomology now. So when you see my review of literature, most of the topics are from South India. So the zoology departments have started taking or giving interest towards forensic insects. So it'll take some more years for more researches to be done on this. It will emerge as a good topic. So it has a lot of scope.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't not only lead you to calculate the PMI, that is postmortem interval, it also helps you to solve civil cases. So it's very much necessary.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Kevin.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I wish to ask that in cases where a person died due to insecticide poisoning, and is caught there in the field, and whether there is a possibility of insects to be there on such corpses, or if it is so, the insecticide poison will not affect that insect. If you come across as such a case, please highlight insight on it.
Yes, ma'am. There are extensive researches that are done on insecticide poisoning. So when you see a carcass who have died with insecticide poisoning, there are only specific insects that come towards the carcass. Not a general insect succession does not take place between a person who died as insecticide as well as a general death. So there's a lot of difference between the insect succession will take place on a person who died due to insecticide poisoning as well as a person who died due to a murder or general cases. So in this case, when a person died due to insecticide poisoning, when this insect succession take place, you can collect the entomological evidence and you can extract the insecticide poisoning from the insect itself. Suppose, for an example, if the person has died and the person is completely decomposed and you don't get any evidence from the person and the tissues are not there and it's completely dry, you can't expect any evidence from the person. But on the insect larva that is present, you can actually extract the insecticide poison that was consumed by the person. So these kind of cases, these kind of extensive researches are being done at present. I came across one of the case during my autopsy. So there are cases present in these instances too.
Then which insect you collect there? Your general that what fly name you take first, Lucita.
Most of the region
that
here
you-
is again, there are two main insects that are found here. One is belong to Lucilla sericata, which is Califoridae, and Sarcophaga hemorrhoidalis from Sarcopharidae. So these two insects are very much extensively found in this particular region. They're pertaining to region and seasons. So based on this, we determine the postmortem interval as well as identify what is the cause of death, what poison did the person consume and die. Pesticides or insecticides.
In biology sections, we are performing not many work from the last 10, 20 years.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Any more questions?
Ma'am, Rakhi ma'am, I just wanted to add something to your question that you had, Rakhi ma'am.
Yeah.
As you are an expert in toxicology, right, ma'am? So there is an actual field itself under forensic entomology, which is called forensic entomotoxicology. Where the question you asked, ma'am, so it literally centers around forensic entomotoxicology also. So you can actually find many case studies of the kind of question that you asked under that field of forensic entomology. So it's a very new emerging field, and there are probably very, very few research papers under forensic entomotoxicology itself. Only till now, today, we just have case studies itself with respect to drugs and toxins. But yeah, that is one field that is aligned with whatever your expertise is, ma'am. Just wanted to add.
Thank you so much for your intervention. I have come across with many cases where on corpses on insecticide poisoning, there are insects. So generally a question arises, if insects are there and insecticide is there, how that poison affects this and how long will it affect the age of estimation of the death? Will it affect? Because no insect would come to that corpse. So it will definitely hamper the position. And I would like to know about which types of these insects that are there apart from the presence of insecticide.
Okay, to add on to this question, ma'am, see, when a person consumes the insecticide and that is the cause of his death, the poison will be present only in his alimentary canal and its digestive system. So there is no point in the insecticide traveling throughout his lungs or his natural skin cells. So there are no possibilities of poison traveling to these systems of the body. So these insects can be infesting the other parts of the body other than this alimentary canal alone. So if you see a bleeding that is present, the poison can be present in the blood. So this might affect the insect. But when the insect starts infesting in the other places of the body, such as natural orifices, such as nasal opening or eyes or ears, when they start infesting in these kind of natural orifices, there's very less possibilities of insect getting in contact with the insecticide that the person consumed.
Yeah, that will not affect that much because the quantity will lowers at from the time spent.
Exactly.
That may be.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Kevin. It was a really awesome presentation.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay. And our next speaker, next presentation is from Mr. Varun Pathak. He is from BJ Government Medical College, Pune, India. And he is going to give a presentation on correlation between foot length and hand length and their use in estimation of stature and sexual dimorphism. And I request Mr. Varun to start his presentation now.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, great. So hello, everyone. I'm Varun Pathak. I'm a second year student at BJ Government Medical College, Pune, India. In fact, I did this project of correlation between hand length and foot length, and it's used in estimation of stature and sexual dimorphism. I did this in collaboration with the anatomy department in my college. I recently passed the first year MBBS, and hence I'm still getting to know more and learning more and more about the forensic science and forensic medicine. So I would first like to thank all the organizers of the conference for letting me speak on this platform. So I'd like to share my screen. Being visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, great. So my topic for today is correlation between foot length and hand length and their use in the estimation of stature and sexual dimorphism. My mentor is Dr. Mrs. Anjali Patil ma'am. She's a professor and head at anatomy of the anatomy department at BJ Government Medical College, Pune. So to begin, so hand and foot lengths are some factors that vary extensively within humans due to sex, stature, and even genetic predisposition. These are some factors which distinguish humans from other animals like apes, but they vary extensively within humans themselves. Then the relationships of hand length and foot length with various body part measurements have been studied, but there is less information in the available literature regarding the correlation between these two, and especially their use in estimation of stature. So that is what I would like to talk about today. So earlier studies, especially those conducted in India, have mostly examined these parameters in indigenous populations and indigenous tribes like the Rajputs, Gujars of North India, and the Vetivers of in South India. So this study will also check if these results apply to a general population as well. So now the question arises, why the feet or why the hands? I mean, we can do, I'm sure we would be able to estimate stature better from, say, the femur. But the thing is that ossification and maturation of bones in the feet occurs earlier than the long bones, and therefore height can be more accurately predicted from foot measurements as compared to that from long bones. Also, at crime scenes or at sites of mass disasters, the possibility of or chances of finding hands and feet, dismembered limbs, is higher than finding an entire intact femur. So this is why hand and foot length assumes more practical significance. So on 8th of February, those who are from India, they might know that there was a devastating flash flood in Uttarakhand because a glacier broke. So hundreds of lives were lost and even more people went missing. So at times like this, there will be dismembered limbs, hands, and feet, which will be littered throughout the scene of the mass disaster. At this point, the rescue teams will need a basis, a quick and rapid basis for identifying the hands or the feet and matching the hands to each other so that they can exactly get to know how many people are missing or how many people have lost their lives. So this can be used as a very quick method for identification and matching of dismembered extremities because we can predict the sex and stature from this. Okay, so the aims and the objectives of the study. There were 4 aims. First, to build a database to find a correlation between hand length and foot length in selected subjects. Second, to analyze this database to accurately predict sex. And thirdly, to analyze this database to accurately predict the stature. Now, as we know, prediction of sex and stature are 2 of the basic parameters in the identification of an individual or getting to know the morphology of an individual, which is why sex and stature, they are very important. The last and most important, one of the most important aim of the study was to compare and corroborate the results of this present study with those of previous studies. Okay, so now the materials and methods. There were 400 normal healthy individuals between the ages of 18 to 25 years. 200 were males and 200 were females. I'd just like to elaborate more on the exclusion criteria. Any individuals with any congenital deformities like gigantism, dwarfism, kyphosis, they were excluded. if someone had deformities of arches of the foot, like pes planus, pes cavis, flat foot, high arch foot, they were excluded. Individuals with clubbing of nails were excluded. Individuals with diseases which affect the limbs, like poliomyelitis, they were excluded. And finally, people with any history of trauma to the hands or feet were excluded. Now, the method. Hand length was measured as the distance between the midpoint of the interstyloid line to the tip of the middle finger. And this was done with the help of a sliding caliper. So you can see this was the instrument that I used. This was the sliding caliper. It's a digital sliding caliper that I used for calculating the hand length. The foot length was measured as the distance from the tip of the heel to the tip of either the hallux or the second toe, depending on which was longer. This was done using a spreading caliper. It was one precaution taken was that it was made sure that the body weight was equally distributed, so that there wasn't any undue pressure on one foot. And the third parameter, the height. The height was measured using a digital stadiometer, as you can see here. This was used to measure the height, and the individual was made. It was made sure that the individual was standing erect, in erect position, in anatomical position. Now, to ensure uniformity, all the measurements were taken from by a single observer to minimize the inter-observer errors, and all measurements were taken in centimeters. So throughout the results and the discussion section, all measurements will be in centimeters. Okay. Yes. Now the statistical analysis. First of all, data was analyzed using the MS Office Excel 2010, and the parameters considered were right hand length, left hand length, right foot length, left foot length, and height. Then the alpha value was taken as 0.05, and a p-value less than 0.05 was considered as statistically significant. To quantify the correlation between hand and foot length, the Pearson correlation coefficient R, denoted by R, was calculated. Then t-tests, assuming unequal variances, were carried out to identify differences between male and female hand lengths, foot lengths, and height. So this helped in identifying or predicting sexual dimorphism. And lastly, and most importantly, linear and multiple regression analysis was done to make predictive equations of height. The hand and foot lengths, these variables were put into an equation so that we can predict the height of the individual, and the limbs with the least error, those were also identified. So I'll talk more about this in the following slides. Okay, so the results. So first, this table shows you the descriptive statistics of all the anthropometric measurements. As you can see, the p-value for all of these measurements, right hand length, left hand length, right foot length, left foot length, and height, all of them, the mean is larger in males as compared to females. Yeah, the mean is larger in males as compared to females for all the parameters, and the p-value for all of this is highly significant. It's less than 0.001. So the first thing that we see is that all the measurements were significantly larger in males. Then coming to the second table, the Pearson correlation coefficient R matrix. This is the correlation coefficient R matrix for males. So here you can see that for males, the right hand length showed the greatest correlation with the right foot length, and the value was 0.75. So this will play a role in generation of the equations that I talked to you about for predicting height. So in males, right hand length and right foot length were highly correlated. And in general, all the four measurements strongly correlated with each other, with the least being left hand length to left foot length with a value of 0.69. Then coming to the females. So the right hand, this is the same matrix, the Pearson coefficient R matrix. In females, you'll see that the left hand length and left foot length are most strongly correlated. This was in stark contrast to that of the males, where the left hand length and left foot length were least strongly correlated. While in females, the left side of the body rather was most strongly correlated, and the right side of the body was the least strongly correlated. So this will play an important role in the predictive equation. And the overall R, the correlation coefficient, was 0.88, irrespective of gender. So this in general indicates that there is a very strong positive correlation. So if we find a dismembered hand, for example, and we calculate or measure its length, just by this correlation coefficient, we'll be able to get a rough idea of the foot length. So we can match hands to each other as well as hands to feet. This will serve as the preliminary identification method. Secondly, now this table shows the correlation of hands and feet to height. So on the right side, we have males. So right, you see here that left foot was most strongly correlated with height in both males and females, with the value of 0.69 and 0.7. And in general, the foot lengths were most strongly correlated with height in both the sexes. So this is in accordance with previous studies, which also said that the foot length is most strongly correlated with height. So yeah, so now we've come to the conclusion that left foot length can give us the best or the most accurate value of height. Okay. Now another conclusion was that no statistically significant bilateral differences were found for both hand and foot dimensions. So the right hand length and left hand length didn't vary significantly. Same goes for the feet. However, now I'll be showing you the equations in the next slide. You'll see that the results of the regression analysis, the equations, they are presented separately by sex as well as by side, even though there is no, as I said, there is no significant difference between the sides. So why is this? This is because we're at a crime scene or a site of mass disaster. We don't have any guarantee that both sides will be recovered or both hands will be recovered or one hand of one side and one foot of the other side will be recovered. So just as a precautionary measure, I have made 4 equations for all the 4 limbs in both sexes. So because there's no guarantee that both sides will be recovered. So now the next table shows the equations. Okay, so these are the linear regression equations. They take into account only one variable. So in males, you see, they take into account one variable. So you have the right hand length, left hand length, right foot length, left foot length in both males and females. So if you put the value of the length of whichever limb it is into this regression equation, it will give you a value. But now we need something that measures the accuracy of the height that you get. I mean, how accurate is it? Is it actually will that actually be the height of the person? So that is measured by this SEE. This SEE stands for the standard error of estimate. So the lower the value of this, the more the accuracy. So it is basically, you can consider it as if we get a value, say, of height, say X, we put in the right hand length of a person and we get a value of height as say X. So then the actual height will be X plus minus 5.13 centimeters. So it will be either greater than that by 5.1 centimeters or less than that. So this shows the rough accuracy of the height. So then that tells us that the left foot length in males is the best, is the most accurate predictor because the SEE is only 4.79. And in females as well, you'll see that the left foot is the best predictor because the SEE is the lowest at 4.35. Now, if I go back to the previous table, this one, you'll see that the left foot was most strongly correlated with height. So this tells us that these equations are accurate and can give an accurate prediction of height. Then there are there's one more kind of equation that I have made. I know that we're not mathematics majors, but still, in this case, mathematics can help us come to a biological conclusion. So these multiple regression equations use 2 variables. So now I have used two measurements, for example, right hand, left hand, or right hand, left foot. Now, most of these equations, so these will give rise to a lot of combinations, right? So most of these resulted in a lower SE, and which I've already said means a higher accuracy. as compared to linear regression equations. But others, they didn't vary significantly. So to highlight the efficacy, I've shown only the one equation which yields the lowest SEE. So yes, this is next table. The first equation is the last equation of the previous table, as you might see here. So 81.16 plus 3.54 into left foot length. That is the same equation which I've shown over here. So this was the best linear regression equation. Below this, you'll see that this is an equation which shows this is a multiple regression equation which utilizes right hand and left foot length. And the SEE is 4.65, which is lower than the linear regression equation. And for females, for this equation, the SEE is 4.3, which is lower than the linear regression equations. So it tells us that these multiple regression equations are actually more accurate than the linear regression equation. So now the question arises, why did I not do one equation where you could put in all four lengths? I mean, you could have one equation, you could put right hand, right foot, left foot into one equation. Naturally, that would be the most accurate. But again, as I've said, the chances of finding all four limbs of the same person at a crime scene or at a mass disaster scene, the chances of that are very low. So they will be more accurate mathematically, but practically they will not have much significance. That is why these multiple regression equations, taking into account two variables, will be mathematically accurate as well as practically significant. So it will have a dual advantage of sorts. Okay, now the discussion. So as I've said, the hand, the foot length, height were statistically larger in males. A possible reason is because of genetics and early association of growth in females. And this tells us that sex-specific regression analysis, regression equations are needed for estimating height. And as I've said earlier, the regression equations need to be side-specific as well. Okay, so in males, right side of the body, the right hand and right foot showed the strongest correlation. On the contrary, in females, the left hand and left foot showed the strongest correlation. While when it comes to stature, the foot length and especially the left foot showed the highest correlation in both sexes. And yes, I've already said this, that these findings are in accordance with previous studies, which reported that the dimensions of lower extremities show higher correlation with height. Yeah, okay. So now the linear regression equation. The left foot length gave the equation with the lowest SE, and the multiple regression equation in males, the right hand length and left foot length combination in males had the least SE, while in females, the right foot and the left foot combination showed the least SE. So it is this combination of limbs or hands and feet that will give you the best or the most accurate measurement of height. Okay, one precaution, however, care has to be taken that these regression equations that I've just stated are applied only to the population from which the sample was taken. So the population for my study was people aged 18 to 25 years in the Pune district in the Maharashtra state of India. So care has to be taken that these equations can't be applied to different populations, because when the means of lengths were compared with other studies which had incorporated different populations, the differences that were found, they were significant. So this equation will carry no meaning, for example, a European population or an American population. So these means will not carry a meaning. These equations will not carry a meaning for those populations. Okay, now the implications of this study. What use can this study serve practically? So this study, as I said here, the hand and footprints are one of the most commonly found evidences. You'll find them at crime scenes, mass disasters, like I've already said, the Uttarakhand disaster on 8th of February. And these prints or dismembered extremities can be used to estimate sex and stature. And in the identification of an individual, this stature and sex determination is the first step in in the determination of morphology of person. The most important use of these equations is that they can instantaneously be used even by police officers or rescue teams as a preliminary identification. If you see the third point here, we do have more sophisticated methods like fingerprint analysis, DNA fingerprinting, which are actually much more sophisticated than this equation-based measurement. But the problem with these techniques is that they require skilled forensic personnel as well as skilled machinery, skilled techniques. However, this equation-based analysis can help police at crime scene to immediately rule out some suspects based on their height and sex, and to get a basis for interrogating witnesses. So this is the practical use of this study. And talking about some anti-mortem uses, I know it doesn't really make sense in a forensic conference, but I'd also like to highlight some anti-mortem uses of this data. So for reconstruction of mutilated extremities, or for making of prosthetic limbs, especially because of the advent of 3D printing technologies. So now we have a person with a mutilated extremity. We know his or her height. We can use these equations in reverse and calculate the hand length from the height and feed this hand length into the 3D printer to get the silicone printed hand. So this will help us in individualization and customization of these prosthetics. And yes, so that brings me to the end of my study, end of my presentation. These here are the references. You can probably take a screenshot of them if you'd like to read these research articles. So I would like to thank the organizers, first of all, for allowing me to present and selecting my abstract in the first place. Then I would like to thank my mentor, Dr. Anjali Patil ma'am, who guided me throughout the project and helped me collect this data and analyze it. And finally, to all my friends and colleagues, without whom this entire study and especially the data collection part would not have been possible. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than welcome to answer it.
Thank you so much, Varun. Thank you for the excellent presentation. Yes, we are open to questions now. If anybody has a question, you can ask Varun.
Hi, just a quick questions. I wonder
Yes,
if these methods, is it possible to replicate for other countries as well?
Yes, sure. It's absolutely possible to do it. And for that, we just need a large population with, as I've already stated, the exclusion criteria. So you can, anyone can approach healthy individuals, measure their hand lengths, and analyze this data to generate this equation for that population. So this population can be from as small as, say, a district to a state.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome all. Our next speaker is Professor Vicky Bergin. She's from NPCC Forensic Capability Network, United Kingdom, and she is going to give, present on delivering the Forensic Capability Network, FCN. And I request Professor Vicky Bergin to start her presentation now.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, thank you for inviting me to speak at this event. It's a real privilege, and I'm always happy to come and talk to people about the Forensic Capability Network. Like all of you on this call, I'm passionate about science, and especially how science can inform forensics and policing. And I've worked in operational policing now for almost 30 years. So I understand the challenges that are faced on a daily basis. And back in 2019, I was privileged enough to be offered the post of Director of Science for the Forensic Capability Network, a new national capability across England and Wales, trying to work to problem solve some of the challenges that policing and the criminal justice face on a daily basis. So I wanted today to take you through some of the journey we've been on so far and what we are trying to achieve through the Forensic Capability Network. So what are we? Well, the Forensic Capability Network, or the FCN as we call ourselves, went live on the 1st of April 2020. And it's a totally new way of working. It was the first deliverable of the Transforming Forensics programme that is under the Home Office, seeking to harness collective forensic science efforts to transform the landscape so that our forensic science capabilities can be greater than the sum of our individual parts, because our focus is to deliver first-class policing and law enforcement that our communities deserve. And at the heart of what we're trying to do is to develop a national network that will be able to harness specialist scientific capabilities, to share our knowledge effectively, to provide a resilient and effective workforce, and to drive and harness enabling technologies that will help us to foresee and solve the problems of tomorrow before they become issues of the day. And that's really challenging in an ever-changing landscape that we live in and have to police at the moment. So how is the Forensic Capability Network formed? Well, we are made up of a core of about 45 people, specialists from across all areas of forensic science, and we are made up of 4 pillars. The FCN Science, of which I'm the director, and then we have 3 other pillars: the FCN Commercial team, the Quality team, and our Operational Delivery team. And now we have very clear vision, mission, and values that were all agreed with our community prior to the FCN going live. And it's very much to deliver science and accreditation, so we have quality embedded at the heart of everything that we do, through a coordinated approach of doing it once for the benefit of many. I'm sure all of you who operate in an accredited environment understand the challenges that are faced, the resources and the cost required to do that through validation and standardization of approach and procedures. And in the UK at the moment, across England and Wales, there are 43 plus forces all trying to do this in isolation. So our quality pillar is very much focused on enabling that to be done once for everybody through validation, supporting that journey to accreditation and assurance through to our criminal justice system and the courts. And that's supported by a commercial pillar whose focus is very much on delivery of a sustainable, forward-looking marketplace where we access the right providers of services and tools. We want to ensure stronger performance and delivery through a networked and cohesive approach across the whole of the policing landscape. And we want to be able to equip and empower our workforce so they're able to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. So that is how the FCN is, the core FCN is, has been stood up. But when I talk about the FCN, I'm talking about the whole of the network, the whole of the forensic network across the English and Welsh forces, but reaching out beyond our borders too. But specifically about science. So within the forensic science team, we have a very clear vision, and that is to enable world-leading forensic science through research, innovation, collaboration, and technology that will enable us to provide robust evidence into the criminal justice system. And prior to the FCN science pillar being stood up, the community had already identified what they wanted from us. And I've just identified on this slide some of what we are working towards. So undertaking horizon scanning to understand not just what the needs of the community are, but what those challenges are that we are going to face in the next 3, 5, or even 10 years that can inform the strategic direction we need to take. We're also working with our community and the wider criminal justice system, giving them a clear single voice in the development of capability roadmaps that will inform activity. It will help us to prioritise access to R&D funding so that we can start seeking those solutions. But it doesn't matter what the R&D or the technology looks like, if our workforce is not match fit, if we don't have the people empowered with the skills and knowledge to do the very best they can, then we will fail. So we have a commitment to the ongoing professionalisation of our workforce, developing our people so that they're agile enough not just to meet current, but also through future needs. And we're working with the College of Policing, which is a national capability within the UK, providing knowledge and training and skills. We have a strategic partnership with them. We're developing our strategic partnerships with academia and with industry, because this has to be a holistic and single collegiate approach to delivering our workforce for the future. But obviously, being the science pillar, we have research and innovation at our very heart. All of those within the science pillar have come from across the physical and digital forensic community. We are building a robust network with them through policing to our industry partners so that we're highly inclusive and collaborative. We are building robust knowledge and ensuring that's shared effectively and providing advice and guidance so that we address some of the problems and that everybody has a sound foundation from which to move forward. We're only a small capability within science. We have 10 full-time equivalent posts across the physical and the digital disciplines, but I also have workforce strategy leads and an R&D lead as well. So moving on, how do we know what our community actually wants? How do we know that the efforts we are putting in are in the right area and are going to address the needs of our policing community? Well, quite simply, we've asked them what they want and they've identified a number of problem statements. And 5 of those problem statements focus very much the activity of the science pillar and the broader pillars across the FCN at the moment. One of them will be no surprise to you. It's very much focused on the challenges and the issues of digital forensic investigations. The huge amount of information that is accumulating within policing, the time it takes to go through, interrogate and build intelligence, the changing landscape and technology is almost impossible to keep pace with. So we're very, very focused on what we can do to address that fractured approach and the lack of cohesion, so that we can do it once for the benefit of many and problem solve, reaching into our next problem statement, which is very much around research and innovation. Policing has always worked in isolation. We have 43 forces all working extremely hard to develop the problems they're facing every day. However, we are seeking to have an overarching coordinated national approach where we have an to access R&D funding to take forward and problem solve for the future. We also have some issues within the external forensic marketplace. We recognise there are skills gaps. We recognise there's been a lack of investment, and at times some of our areas and disciplines, the forensic service providers have been unable to meet the true needs of policing and the demand being placed on them. So very much focusing and working to bring stability and sustainability to our marketplace. We also don't have enough of the right people in the right place, equipped with the right tools to do the job. So workforce strategy is very much a focus within science. And also we have a number of outdated tools, inefficient processes and a lack of standardization, which brings risk to the quality and the quantity of investigations that we can undertake. So what are we doing about it, and what does good actually look like? Well, we recognise that actually the core FCN can't do this on its own. This is about us working together and having a vision that can only be realised if we can work truly as a collaborative network. And that only comes if we have trust and that our community are confident in what we're doing. And we have to do that by demonstrating our credibility and building on strong positive relationships that will diminish self-interest. And that will take time. There is a change curve that we need to go through, where we will move from working in a transactional environment through to a compliant environment as required by accreditation. Our aspirations are to work in an environment where we are co-creating. But actually, I think at the moment, we would be satisfied with developing that collaborative environment, having those strategic partnerships and working cooperatively to deliver once for the benefit of many. So how are we addressing these problem statements? So one of the first things that we are doing around research and innovation so that we can reach out and identify those solutions for tomorrow's problems is the implementation of a coordinated approach to research and innovation. Before the end of this month, I will introduce a research and innovation capability board. This will be a national board with representation from a broad church. We will have policing around the table, as well as the Home Office, forensic science regulator, academia, our industry partners, and we are hoping to have a reach out into the global science by building that connective tissue beyond our borders. This group will be very much responsible for the oversight and coordination of national R&D activity, where we will be able to prioritise the needs of our community, and we will seek in partnership to access R&D funding to be able to drive forward the change needed. We've already had a certain amount of success in this area, even in the 11 months that the science has been operating, and we have 7 R&D funded projects already on the go, and they're listed on the bottom of the slide on the left-hand side. So a flavour of what we're doing, and maybe in the future I can come back and do some more detail around some of these R&D projects and the outputs from them at a future session if you hold one. So we have biosensors, a project there looking at how we can more effectively optimise the opportunities presented if we to exploit biosensor work so that we can identify where trace DNA material has come from. And we see this as being invaluable in informing especially the most serious types of crime, of rape, other sexual offences and violent and homicide. We're also seeking to revisit and re-energise fibre work and fibre persistency. We recognise that within the UK, this is very much becoming a niche service and it has fallen out of favour somewhat, but we want to understand the opportunities that can be presented. We also have a new project up and running, the Artificial Data Repository. I'm sure a lot of you will understand the challenges we face around gathering data, the ethical issues of holding data for the purposes of research and development, but also for validation, especially in the digital landscape. So we have a project to build an artificial data repository to enable us to do this nationally through a central location. We also have some requirements to meet privacy by design. This is very much focused on digital investigations, where just because we can access information doesn't mean we necessarily should. And when we do access it, we need to have it for a valid policing purpose. We need to know how long we can keep it, and we need to be very transparent in what we are doing with that information and how it will be used in investigation, because we need to deliver that assurance and that confidence to our victims, our suspects and our witnesses to crime and involved in crime, that we are treating and holding their data appropriately. We also have a new project that we are just starting around developing a YSTR database, which again would bring significant benefits and improvements to serious and major crime investigations by having a standalone YSTR database able to be effectively searched and inform intelligence into investigations. We also have a drugs violence research project up and running. We're expecting the outputs of that by the end of March of this year. And that is very much looking at drugs investigations and how we can better use digital intelligence and information to identify offenders higher up the food chain and into organised crime groups. And then we're also commissioning some work around developing a digital ethics framework, once again, that will inform privacy by design and the artificial data repository. So a huge amount of work already up and running under science that is being coordinated through the FCN science pillar, but is being delivered with our partners and our community, very much once for the benefit of many to problem solve on behalf of policing. So the next problem statement that science is very much focused on, as I said earlier, enabling technologies are fantastic. The outputs of R&D and new technologies will be invaluable, but only if we have a workforce that is equipped with the knowledge and skills to be able to maximize the opportunities that that technology and those pieces of kit and tools offer to them. We need to tackle workforce issues of today, but we need to understand the needs of the future. We need to ask the question of what is tomorrow going to look like? How are we going to ensure that we have a workforce that is agile enough to respond? And we recognise that it's extremely ambitious, and we've identified a number of themes that we're currently looking at, and they range from recruitment and retention of our people, heightened at the moment through our learning of the impact of the global pandemic, people working remotely and how that is affecting their health and well-being. We need to understand how we have optimized technology to enable us to continue working throughout the global pandemic, but balance that with the fact that we are social creatures. And whilst we mustn't lose sight of what we've been able to achieve with technology to keep us connected, we must also remember that bringing people together is crucial. It's crucial for our health and well-being, but it's also crucial to drive forward change. Nothing can replace sitting across a table with a cup of coffee and actually being able to talk to people face to face, to be able to read their body language and understand how they're responding to things that are being proposed and to get them to help you to problem solve. So that is a real focus for us at the moment. But also we're very conscious of the education and training available around forensic science. Our reach out into academia, where forensic science has been the sexy course and degree to take, but are those courses actually preparing those up and coming graduates for the work that is required of them? Do we need to consider a more vocational approach to our post and undergraduate learning? So we are very keen to work with industry and academia to understand how we can build the right workforce for the future through those academic training courses. But also there may be opportunities at the right level to bring on apprenticeships. Not every piece of work in forensic science and within policing requires somebody to have a degree. So we need to understand the right routes into the community and into our workforce. We also need to make sure that our workforce is continually learning. So if we are going to have an agile workforce, if they're going to be able to respond to the future needs and the technology we provide them, we need to underpin that with robust learning and ongoing training and their competence as well, which is very necessary to prove and evidence those in accreditation and providing that assurance into the criminal justice system that our people are the best and that they are competent in what they are doing and delivering. And also something that we've never been particularly good at, and that is future planning. Future planning of our workforce. You know, what will we need for the future? So being continually flexible if we're going to have an evergreen solution to our workforce. So that is a real key area that we're looking at. And that obviously needs to be underpinned by sharing knowledge. So within the FCN Science over the last 11 months, we've put a huge amount of effort into reflecting on the knowledge and guidance that is available nationally, but located disparately, having no true home or ownership. So we are bringing a lot of that together into a single location where it will be managed, it will be looked after, it will be reviewed, and it will be published through the FCN. And some of the key deliverables over the last 11 months, first and foremost, have been the advice and guidance we were able to provide once on behalf of the whole of the community in respect of how we needed to respond to the COVID pandemic. So providing advice to custody, to crime scene examiners on how they are to handle, recover, clean and process those samples that they're recovering and keeping our workforce safe. If the FCN hadn't done this once on behalf of the whole of the community, then we would have seen in excess of 43 different types of pieces of information and knowledge and guidance having to be produced. And we are continually reviewing and reflecting on that as the change in the pandemic occurs and how the different restrictions are either easing or changing. Streamlined forensic reporting is another huge piece of guidance that we have taken ownership of. I am the national lead and chair of the Streamlined Forensic Reporting Board, and on behalf of the community across providers, policing and the criminal justice system, we have refreshed that guidance. For the first time in its life, it now sits on a forward-facing network on a web page within the FCN that's accessible to all. So that means the defence community, as well as the prosecution, policing and providers, and it's ensuring compliance at every stage of that streamlined reporting process. And we're continually reviewing that, responding to changes in the requirements of the forensic science regulator or the CPS requirements for disclosure and declarations. But there are a huge number of other pieces of guidance that we're now picking up and coordinating on behalf of the community. So once again, it's doing once for the benefit of many and taking some of the pressure off our community. And then digital. So I have no doubt you all appreciate the challenges that are faced on a daily basis with regard to digital investigations. And another key deliverable of the Transforming Forensics programme was the production and publishing of a digital forensic science strategy, which had 5 key themes embedded within it. The first is improving operations. And in order to do that, we have now got a subsequent project set up under Transforming Forensics, looking at the automation of child sex exploitation images, working with our community, providing support through the commercial pillar to drive best practice and access the tools to enable us to do this, tying very much in with the research and development functionality and capability within the science pillar. Meeting the data challenge, that's quite a significant challenge for policing, a risk for policing in the criminal justice system. And so within the DF strategy, we have produced a draft operational guidance that will deliver actionable activity to policing, our forensic service providers, on the management of legacy data, giving them clear instruction on what should be kept and how long it should be kept for and how it can be disposed of when it's no longer required. And we're hoping that will be published within the next quarter of this year. All of this is helping us to build trust, referring back to that trust equation. Our community needs to trust us, the criminal justice system needs to trust us, and the public need to trust us. So we need to be able to demonstrate we are doing the right thing and in everybody's best interests at all times. And underpinned that by that, once again, tracking back to our workforce, we all are aware of how quickly the digital landscape is changing, and our workforce needs to be able to keep pace with that. So moving on to, so what are we going to do next? Well, for me, it's all about evolution. Some talk about transformation. I think our journey may be a little bit slower. It will be an evolutionary path that will take us to transformation. And we will only be able to achieve that if we have a cultural change across the whole of our community, and a will, therefore, by all to do things differently. I know, coming from policing, with over 25 years operational experience, that we've worked as machines, we've had to work as machines. Policing by its nature, fundamentally, is hierarchical and instruction-led. It's necessary because policing has to be able to respond to immediate and significant risk. They have to mobilise their resources effectively in order to safeguard our community and detect crime. And therefore it's very instructional. And at times it's been siloed working because we do it 43 plus different ways, because we're focused on meeting the needs of our local communities. But if we stop and ask the question, can we blend the necessary parts of this approach with additional added value approaches that enable us to empower our people, give them information to make good decisions, recognise that sometimes we will fail, and coming from a science background and research and innovation, of course we will fail. If we had all the answers, it wouldn't be R&D. So what we have to do is accept that. When we know we are failing, we need to fail quickly. But we also can't dwell on that failure in a negative, with a negative mindset. We need to reflect on it. We need to take learning, and it needs to help us to inform intelligent next steps decisions. So it's not so long ago that I was sitting in an operational policing seat as Deputy Director of MSU Forensic Services, working on behalf of 5 forces in the East Midlands regions within England. I was managing over 240 people across 5 different counties. I was managing internal services from fingerprints, FEE labs, drugs, DNA, footwear, quality, as well as significant budgets to juggle, and responding to immediate asks every single day. It's no surprise that policing do not have the resources or the time to do all of the things that we need to do to transform our forensic landscape. So what I would say is, this is where the FCN steps in. We will do it once for the benefit of many. We will access that R&D funding and with the community prioritise it. And we will coordinate on behalf and with the community across the landscape that access to new opportunities and problem solve. That's what this network is. And when I was sitting in my seat in operational policing, somebody had come into my room and sat across my desk and said to me, I can help you. I will listen to you. I understand and I feel your pain because I've experienced it. I will help through coordination and by building that cohesive network across policing, industry partners, academia, and our forensic providers. I will help you to problem solve because we can do this together. I would have grabbed them with both hands wide open. This is the FCN, and together we are greater than the sum of our individual parts. And that's my presentation, and I'm more than happy to take questions.
So, Professor, you still have 15 minutes for your talk.
Cool. I'm a forensic master student in UK. Just wondering, like, what can we students do for these organizations? Like, what can we help if we want to like put ourselves into this FCN?
So I guess there are a lot of things. On my final slide, which I will go to now, there's my email address, and there's also the website. What we will be doing in early April is bringing together a community forum around the workforce, because we're very keen that, can I just ask where you're studying in the UK?
In Queen Mary.
Oh, in Queen Mary, okay.
Yeah.
And what is the area of forensic science that most interests you? Because as we've heard from some of the speakers earlier on today, it's very, very diverse.
I still have a pretty vast interest on kind of everything, but I think my background can lean on forensic genetics.
Okay. Yeah. So there are a number of pieces of work. You can register your interest to be involved if you go to the FCN website, which is www.fcn.police.uk, and you can send us your details, and you can say that let us know that if there are opportunities for us to engage you and for us to work with you, then you'd like to be contacted. We at the moment are developing our capability roadmaps for the future. We have just started to build a DNA futures capability roadmap, where we're looking at what the service needs to look like. And forensic genealogy is something that obviously is at the forefront of everybody's minds. The forensic science regulator, as was Jill Tully, who has moved on, was very keen for us to start exploring that. So we need to understand. So having a reach into those scientific experts will be really, really useful. The Workforce Forum, again, will be looking at what does that learning need to look like? Do we need to be more vocational in the way that we construct our forensic science courses? Because we know where the skills gaps are within our community. We know that we have a skills gap in toxicology and in drugs. And actually, could there be more vocational courses that mean that in the first instance, when we have graduates approaching either forensic providers or policing, they have the fundamental skills to enable them to do the jobs. But also it will help us to build that capability nationally across policing and reinforce where we do have the gaps at the moment. So we're also working and setting up partnerships with a number of universities and academia. What we want to be able to do is help to inform academic research. We haven't been very good at that, to such an extent where I think academia and industry have had to second guess what we want, what they think we need the future to look like. So for us, it's having those conversations, those intelligent, informed conversations that together we can work towards operating as an ecosystem, which is our vision. So rather than being that instructional silo working, we all know our place and our part and how we can enhance each other's performance, where we focus on outcomes and real need. So what I would say to you is please contact us via the website. We will collect your details, and as opportunities for engagement arrive, then we'd be happy to contact you if you're happy to work with us and understand any opportunities that come along.
Okay, I will sure check the website. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, hi, I'm Madhusri Konala. I'm Assistant Director working for State Telangana Forensic Science Laboratory from India. I have a question, sir. What are the different forensic techniques that are used in USA to confirm death of a person is due to, one is drowning and another one is snake bite?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Yeah, what are the different techniques that you all follow in US to confirm that death of the person is due to drowning? One, and second one is due
Well,
to
I leave
snake
that up
bite.
to snake bite, I leave to the medical examiner, and also to the first part of your question too. We rely on the medical examiner on that. And if we have, I don't remember many cases on snake bites. I think that's part of where you live. We don't have a lot of snakes. If we do have snakes, they're usually in Washington.
Okay. And what about drowning case?
You were supposed to laugh at that.
And what about drowning cases?
Well,
Drowning case, how do you establish that a person is died due to drowning?
Well, we have cases where, let's say, a boyfriend will drown his wife in a bathtub and then take her to the ocean and put her in the ocean. Now, she won't have salt water in her lungs. So we've had cases, and vice versa. So we've had cases like that. But drowning, you have to look at the whole thing. Who's involved has a great deal to do with family and the people that they know.
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure. Next.
Yeah, so thank you for exposing us to a side of forensic science that is not all fancy and that we don't to study about. And also, I wanted to ask, you just mentioned that you've worked with a lot of detectives, and some are good detectives and some are bad detectives. The bad detectives you fire right away. So with all your years of experience, what are some of the characteristic abilities that you've seen that you've observed in good detectives and bad detectives?
Oh, what a great question. Number one, he's got to be someone that people can't say no to. He's got to be able to go past secretaries. He's got to be able to not roughhouse, but get people to help him and cooperate. Okay, the number one trait of a good detective is the ability to think on his feet. And there might be a test I might give him, put him through a couple of questions. How would you handle this? How would you handle that? Okay, detectives are sometimes lazy. You watch him, and does he go out and get statements, or does he do shortcuts? He interviewed 3 people on that street. He did a canvas. How did he do that? Well, he got the Coles directory and he cold called them next door, beneath them, and on the right. He didn't go out. He didn't knock on their door. He didn't look in their face. He didn't see if they got nervous. He didn't see if they were perspiring. He didn't see if their throat was dry. Okay. He didn't see if their eyes dropped to the ground. He did it on the phone. Okay. I don't like shortcuts. So I could tell if a guy is going to give me an honest day or not. And it's easy to put him through a test too. That's a good question. I've been wrong. I've been wrong.
Also, you've been in this line of work for so many years. Has there ever been instances where your life has been at risk due to, say, criminals or something like that? Your life has been at risk, like somebody has threatened you or something like that, or has?
Well, I don't go out and make enemies on purpose. Part of the job is getting threats. Okay. But in Brooklyn, Brooklyn detectives handle threats a little different. Okay. So I would say getting threats is most of them are just flapping their mouth. Okay. If you ever get them alone, they'll soil their underwear.
That's a really good attitude to have. Now I get why you're so successful at this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next.
I would like to ask, sir, as you have shown so many cases related to sexual brutality against women, what is the basic psychological reason you find there in your region?
I'm sorry, I leave the psychological reasons for the defense attorney. That's not what we do. We don't find out, although we will find out what drives them when we look at a crime scene and say, what kind of person could do that? Okay, what kind of person could do that? If we determine, what is that? If we're able to determine the personality or type of person, it tells us a lot more about the person. If, for example, what type of a rapist is he? Is he an indoor rapist or an outdoor rapist? Does he always go in through a window or the front door? These little things that you pick up about his personality add to it. For example, I went to Germany to study sex crimes, and they found out, I don't know why, that pedophiles don't have a chunk of the universe in statistics, if I remember that. A large number of the group you are studying has the same phenomenon. In this case, they about 70%, I don't remember it too well, they didn't have a driver's license. That was a thread that we found in pedophiles. So now you have 5 suspects in a pedophile case, and one of them doesn't have a driver's license. Well, you point to that. Number 2, sex offenders feel very, very guilty about what they do. So you're most likely to get a confession from a sex offender than you would of a stick-up man or something like that. So if you approach them with an understanding, you're most likely to get a confession, because people feel guilty about what they do. Guilt is something you want to get rid of. It's a time bomb. So by confessing, they're getting rid of some of that guilt. So these little things help us put a label on what we're looking for. Very good question. Thank you, Dr. Kahanas. Namaste.
Anna. Namaste, sir. Very nice to hear from you. Myself, Dr. Rakhi Khanna. Yeah.
Okay.
A forensic scientist, a toxicologist.
And as you said, sir, about the gunshot residue, in a case you have shown a slide where a gunshot residue is on a hand of a person, and you asked a question, how can we get it analyzed or something? Yeah, we have a EDX 8000 machine for that. In ppm level, we can know about who has shot the gun, in traces. Particles, if there are in the nostrils, is even in the hair, and we can indicate about the culprit as well as for the innocents. And thank you so much for your wonderful working in your field. You have shown so much of interesting cases. I want a recording of it, sir, from the organizers.
Very nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir.
Sure,
Same
sure.
here.
I've recorded the lecture talk. I will forward it to you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Nicole, you have a question. You can proceed with it.
Not really a question, but just wanna appreciate what you have done for all these years, and thank you so much for the presentations.
Well, that's very kind of you. And I'm not done yet. I love this business.
Look forward for more of your serving.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anthony. That was an awesome presentation. It was.
Am I finished?
Yes.
Am I finished?
Yes.
Okay. No more questions?
Any more questions? We can have a quick question if anyone has one.
Okay, I can leave now?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Bye now. Okay,
Yes.
bye.
Thank you. Okay, and moving on, our next speaker is Dr. William Raymond Belcher. He's from University of Nebraska, Lincoln, USA, and he's going to give a talk on forensic archaeology, a new tool for forensic science investigation. And I request Dr. William to start his presentation now.
Got to move this so I can actually get to the control. Okay. And move this back to the side. Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I always worry about the technology, particularly with the internet, because Nebraska is known for its internet outages. But I just wanted to say to the organizers, thank you very much. And I will say, Mujhe aapse milkar bahut khushi hui hai for my Indian colleagues. It's very nice to meet you, and I appreciate this opportunity. So today I want to talk about forensic archaeology, and I put new in quotes because archaeology is not a new science. And so it's been around for at least 150 years. And so, but it's becoming more and more an important part of doing a forensic investigation, particularly in outdoor scenes. And one of the things I want to emphasize as I go through this talk is that while I think that forensic investigators with crime scene units are exceptionally adept at doing indoor crime scenes, archaeologists, because of the work outside and understanding how materials transition from or get incorporated into the natural environment, I think archaeologists have a lot more training and insight into understanding that transition, or it's what we call a taphonomic process, or how something changes as it gets buried. So I'll start going down on this as we go. So first of all, I want to talk about a little bit about archaeology, at least in the United States, is part of a four-field approach of anthropology. So anthropology is the study of humanity and all of its aspects. And so I've been involved in doing a lot of archaeological work and ethnographic, and also I'm a board certified forensic anthropologist. So I've done a lot of stuff. And also in terms of linguistics, because my PhD dissertation was really looking at South Asian fishing. And so I spent a lot of time in India and Pakistan studying fishing cultures and fish bones as well as human remains. So I've done a little bit of all this stuff, and obviously I can speak a little bit of Hindi, so I can claim that I'm doing some linguistic aspects as well. But anthropology is broken down into these four fields of archaeology, physical or biological anthropology, cultural or social anthropology, and linguistics. So what is this? So archaeology is the interpretation of humanity's past from surviving material culture objects, or as our previous speaker was talking about, is evidence. What kind of evidence is going to survive in an outdoor environment, maybe several years or decades later? Physical or biological anthropology is a study of the structure, physiology, and evolution of the human organism and its ancestral forms. And cultural social anthropology is the study of the social and cultural systems developed by humans during their daily interactions. And then finally, with linguistics, the study of languages, vocal and non-vocal, used by humans or higher primates to communicate. So all of these things really focus on anthropology, but so archaeology is crime scene investigation. Physical anthropology will get into the human remains. Cultural and social anthropology, which we're trained in, also deals with looking at maybe the cultural aspect of what we're looking at and how that might be part of what we're doing. And then linguistics, obviously, is the study of how to communicate with maybe some of our witnesses. So, but what's forensic anthropology? So forensic anthropology is the use of the methods of physical anthropology and archaeology, although forensic archaeology now is becoming a specialty for training, particularly in the United Kingdom. And it's applied to all kinds of medical legal settings. So in this lecture, I'll be concentrating on the use of archaeology to understand and interpret scenes of crimes, as well as mass disasters. Am I going too fast? That's what I want to first establish. Should I slow down?
No, the speed is all right.
Gotcha. Okay. So forensic anthropology is a applied subdiscipline of physical anthropology as well as archaeology. So there are the 5 main objectives, even in recovering the evidence, is to establish the biological profile of the individual. And I'll get into that in a moment. To determine any perimortem or at time of death, trauma, and determine the postmortem interval. How long has it been since this person died? That's one of the first questions I get from law enforcement when I'm out assisting with a scene is, how long has this person been dead? Understanding the forensic context in an outdoor setting, and eventually do a personal identification of that individual for prosecution, as well as repatriation and return of the remains to the family for burial or whatever customs are related to mortuary affairs. So the biological profile is basically, we want to determine how old this individual was, what was their biological sex, their geographic origin, where in the world did they come from, or what group do they affiliate with. Most people may call this ancestry. As anthropologists, we don't really use the word race anymore because we represent that or understand that race is a social construct, but we want to look at the geographic origin. Where did this person come from? As well as their stature. How tall were they? So those are the 4 basic aspects of understanding the biological profile of that individual. Trauma analysis. So we see on the photograph on the left, this is a drowning victim who obviously has been in the area for quite a while. The area was drained, and then we had the movement of a lot of the skeletal material, but it's still relatively associated because it was contained within the clothing. And so we're able to try to determine, did this person fall in the water? Did they get hit in the head and things like that? And so it's dealing with various different types of gunshot wound, blunt force trauma, sharp force trauma, and different kinds of aspects of that we want to understand what's going on and add to the story that the medical examiner will create a cause and mode of death. And then finally, we want to get to personal identification. What aspects of can we glean from the skeletal material to determine the exact or the identity of this individual? Usually it's based on the biological profile, but forensic odontology is an exceptionally important component of this. And I understand that yesterday, Dr. Pooja Chakrabarty gave a talk, which unfortunately I missed because she's a very good friend of mine, on forensic odontology in India. So I'm hoping to get a recording of that later. But the emphasis is that forensic odontology and looking at the restorations of the teeth, the shape of the alveolar canal or the root canal of the teeth and the shape can help determine if those records are available to identify an individual specifically, so that we can, again, to return the material and the remains to the family for disposition. So what is forensic archaeology? So we've gone in saying that archaeology is a component of anthropology and forensic anthropology, but really what we want to do is forensic archaeology is the ability to understand the formation of assemblages or groups of evidence. So biological evidence and material evidence that's created by criminal or other activities that we're maybe investigating, because as our previous speaker spoke of, sometimes these are natural deaths, sometimes they are not suicides, but so we want to look at, it may not be criminal activity, but we want to look at it within the broader setting of the landscape. And I say internal and external, but like I said earlier, forensic investigators, death scene investigators are very good at doing internal, but they just don't have the training to do some of the external things, in my opinion. So, and a lot of forensic archaeologists, and because we are trained specifically to look at the changes in the outdoor environment. And the other thing that we want to do is forensic archaeology is scientific in the sense that it's a systematic way of recovering the evidence. So we recover and record material or biological evidence in a manner that preserves the integrity of the spatial, how it's grouped together, and the temporal context of the site. When did things happen? So we want to understand that spatial and temporal context of the site. So what kind of sites do we usually get? So oftentimes we may get surface scatters of remains that have never been buried. We'll get burial sites of persons that were deliberately buried or incorporated into the natural environment after falling, where they may have been killed or buried in clandestine and hidden activities. And this can include mass graves as well. So what I mean by that is, you may be buried as an intentional act, like you see on the photograph on the right of a murder victim in Colombia. But you can also see areas where people get incorporated and buried through natural processes. And I'll talk a little bit about that with one of the case studies I'll talk about in a moment. And also with dealing with mass disasters. So the most common mass disasters I think that we have are aircraft crash sites, mass fatalities through tsunamis. That was one of the things that we saw over a decade ago in Phuket, Thailand, with the tsunami. And I know that this has affected areas in India as well. And also dealing with mass suicides that we see in areas like in Jonestown in Guyana. So basically, the overview that we want to look at is, like any crime scene, we want to protect the scene to prevent unauthorized disturbance by people or natural events. We want to record and recover the evidence in a three-dimensional spatial framework. A lot of times this can be as easy as using pencil and paper. It doesn't have to be a complete GIS total station system, but you can still do this very old school, because sometimes areas that you may go to is unwise, or you just don't have the ability to take some of this heavy equipment into the field with you. If in Colombia, we had to hike 8 hours. We only had a few hours to excavate that grave, and we documented it as quickly as possible and get out, because we had an agreement with the guerrilla forces that were in control of that area. So we had to move in very quickly, do it, and get out within a specific time frame. And it was too far. And if we had a helicopter, that would have been great, but we just couldn't carry a lot of the equipment we wanted. So we did it with limited technology, high tech. So we went the low tech route. And we also want to preserve and immediately curate the evidence so that it doesn't become, doesn't degrade. So we want to move in as quickly as possible, preserve an immediate curation, and also conduct, like our previous speakers spoke about, the importance of a chain of custody documentation. So this gives you an idea. This is a training site that is near my university, where we have several fake burials with plastic human skeletons, so that are set up to train students how to excavate and record evidence. And so this gives you an idea about some of the things that we're using with drones. So we have a disturbed area here. We train the students to excavate it using different techniques. And then we're going in from our buildings here and looking at these two graves with our drones. And then you can see some of the photo documentation we do. So we know that a scale, so this is a 1 meter square that we put around the area for excavation, and then identified the pit and then excavated the material and did all the documentation of how the pit was filled in, tool marks, because the students were really adept at finding traces of paint that came from the shovels, as well as the blade width of the shovels. And we actually found a piece of paper that came off one of the shovels so we could identify the store that it was purchased from. And so those are things that we actually did unintentionally, just in the process of creating these fake graves. And we left evidence that we weren't really thinking about doing. But there are also other evidence that we had in there of shell casings and things from bullets. So in dealing with the evidence curation, one of the things that we want to definitely do is to provide an appropriate chain of custody document, reports, and any other related documentation. We want to be able to present those findings in a court of law if necessary. And we also want to conduct our activities in an ethical manner. One of the things that we want to do is, I find that many of my students and myself to some extent, we have sort of a dark sense of humor. But we always want to maintain the fact that we are recovering the remains of people that have died in unknown circumstances at the time of our excavation, and we're gathering evidence both in terms of the excavated material, the soil in which they were found, and try to understand what's going on, but treat the remains with the respect that they deserve. This is an example of some of the chain of custody documents that's used by the US Department of Defense, and then some of the ways the evidence is packaged. So we always want to have where the material was found, the date, who is responsible, and then also a list of the materials. You can get as detailed as each individual item, or you can just do it as what we at the Department of Defense called evidence containers. So we say this bag contains possible human remains, because we use the term possible human remains in the field because we don't want to do the analysis in the field. That's not our job. Our job is to recover the evidence in a manner that's very systematic and properly documented. And then you can see here down here at the bottom of this one sample form, the chain of custody that goes, each individual goes back and forth. So we understand the date that things were done, transferred to an escort to return the material back to the laboratory, and then accession into the laboratory itself. How do we achieve these goals of forensic archaeology? So we want to survey and do the analysis of the topographical landscape. So what was the landscape? What was this outside topography and environment like? What did it look like? We want to do recognition and confirmation that the area is a contemporary crime scene. Maybe it's not. I mean, our previous speaker spoke about 40-acre area, and very little of it was part of the crime scene. And so this is what we want to do, is try to confirm that an area is part of the crime scene and what it's not. And then the other thing that we want to do is determine the scene's dimensions and perimeters. How far does it extend? And then recognition of disturbed soil. One of the key things that we understand in archaeology is that every time you dig a hole, whether it's a few hours old, a few weeks old, a decade, or thousands of years, we can recognize it. Because every time you change the soil configuration from the natural soil, which is surrounding this, what we call an archaeological feature of digging a hole, putting something in, and reburying it, it's there for quite a while. So I have excavated sites that are in excess of 10,000 years old, where we could see pits that had been dug, or post molds of houses that we could see in the soil. And so this is the same principles that we use to recognize disturbed soil in the field for crime scenes. We want to record that data in 2- and 3-dimensional space. We want to know the X and the Y and the Z coordinates of it. How deep is it below the surface? We want to determine the scene's chronological history. When was the hole dug? When was the body placed in the hole? When was it buried? And what happened to it after burial through the decomposition process or any other natural phenomena such as scavenging by animals? So we want to interpret the scene's chronological history within the context of that overall landscape. I've excavated some sites from World War II where just because of the building was at the base of a hill, the soil was washing down the hill every time there was a rainstorm, and it slowly buried it, this building, so that it was in over 1 meter of soil. And so we want to create maps, section drawings, which are basically, in other areas they call them soil profiles, or just showing the stratigraphy of the site or the layers that occur when somebody's buried, either through natural or deliberate cultural processes, human processes. And we also want to do other imagery from the data recorded at the scene, much like we would see mostly digital photography or other kinds of imagery that might be ground penetrating radar or other kinds of things like that in searching for these aspects. So this gives you an example of one of the maps that my colleagues and I had done at a site in, I believe this is in Cambodia. So when I was working for the Department of Defense. And so we can see you have a very good understanding of the landscape, because this is a plane that had crashed in a wet rice paddy field. And so we began to look for each of those. And so each one of the dots represents the blue dots represent what we call life support gear, or gear that was associated with the bodies of the pilot, like survival kits and other kinds of indicators that they were on the plane at the time of the impact. The green are material evidence, which is material that helps us either that was associated with the plane, that we can positively identify the plane. And then the red dots represent possible human remains. And so we're doing a systematic search of excavation, and each one of these squares is approximately 4 meters to understand the excavation, or to understand where this material is found, and it helps guide the excavation. So obviously, this is an interim excavation, so we would continue up here in the northern part of the site. We would continue excavating because we want to dig everything we can until we find no more human remains or any proxy of human remains of dealing with the plane or the cockpit material. Another one that we have is this red represents human remains, possible human remains, which the analyst can't identify, as well as ME, which is material evidence. So we use a code where possible human remains, where we can't identify this. The blue would represent the red is evidence that has been identified as human remains. Sometimes an archaeologist is like myself, is a board certified forensic anthropologist, so we can make that determination in the field. And the code for possible osseous remains usually means animal bone, non-human. And just another example of a site in Belgium where we do a huge area to understand the topographic landscape of even within the areas that we were excavating. So we have a crash crater here, and then some other areas where witnesses had pointed out since we still have people from World War II, from the 1940s that are still alive, looking at these areas as well. We want to look at the recognition of floral and faunal or other topographic chains. Plants grow where decomposition is occurring very prolifically, and animals will also source that for scavenging of that material. We want to be able to recognize aspects that's criminal as well as non-criminal human interaction within the landscape, recognition and excavation of these buried surfaces, and location, recovery, and preservation of physical and contextual evidence from the landscape and the soil. So again, we go back to this site where if this was a real skeleton, a real body that had been buried, we would expect, this is some of the things that our previous speaker was talking about with enzymes or decomposition products, where you have disturbed grave material or soil here at the top, detectable methane or VOC gases, uneven ground, and then variable vegetation occurs as the body decomposes. It creates basically fertilizer for very different kinds of things that are going on. And then we have, as the body begins to decompose, the ground will slump. There'll be a high incident of vegetation. And then we have other things that we can find, and decomposition products will go down into the soil below this excavated archaeological feature or burial now. So we've got cohesive material that's part of the soil, natural soil, and then this disturbed material, which represents an excavated surface. So we also want to recognize and recover human remains if necessary in conjunction with a forensic pathologist or forensic anthropologist. And so it's great if you are trained in both fields. We want to recognize and recover the material evidence that's necessary in conjunction with a crime scene technician. So a lot of time we don't want to work alone. Sometimes we will, but we'll be working with our police and crime scene technicians and cohort as well. And then we want to understand and implement scene of crime management practices in the chain of custody, and understanding sampling strategies. So one of the things that we could have done with this 40 acres that our previous speaker was talking about, we could have done a sampling strategy to determine where this is, or we could have done an entire search of the area very quickly to see if there's, or use a drone to see if there's any areas that match some of the disturbance processes that I said earlier, because we've used satellite imagery to represent or to find mass graves where people had tried to hide the evidence, but you cannot hide the level of disturbance for a mass grave or even a single grave if you're doing a very systematic search on the ground. We want to produce high quality written reports and presentations for a variety of audiences. You want to develop, as a forensic archaeologist, a logistical mindset, and we also want to operate at the highest standards and code of ethics. The key thing to remember when we're doing our investigations, that all archaeology is destruction. We actually are destroying the evidence, which is why the recording and photography and reportage is key. So the key lines of evidence that we want to recover for forensic archaeology is the spatial relationships between all the evidence, items of evidence, which requires us to map them in 3 dimensions. And then the spatial relations between those lines of evidence or items of evidence and their environmental setting. So we can understand, how did these get here? How did they change between the time that they were deposited or buried and the time that we received them through our excavations? So these relationships can only be observed with the evidence in situ or in place. We can't if we don't record it when at the time of our excavations, we're not going to be able to reconstruct that back in the laboratory or within our reports, and we won't understand the spatial relationships between the different items of evidence, as well as the types of environmental setting. So the excavation team that conducts the excavation may be the only people to ever see these relationships. So that's why it's important to keep recording. So it's critical that the excavation team create these records of highest standards. The quality of the excavation is measured by the amount of information that's collected in addition to the items of evidence. So the more you can record, and like our previous speaker said, collect everything, record everything, write about everything that you find. So when do we use forensic archaeologists? I suggest it's every time they cite material, it should be done all the time. I think that crime scene investigators should be trained in archaeological techniques, even if you're doing an indoor scene. Although archaeologists thrive when it's the evidence is beginning to become incorporated into the natural or cultural environment. So I'm going to go through a very quick case study. I have about 15 minutes, but I'm going to go through this very quickly of an aircraft crash site in Washington State in the northwestern part of the United States. So this is a P-38 aircraft. It was a very common pursuit fighter during World War II in the Pacific and European theaters. So on 28 November 1942, a pilot departed Elmendorf Field in Alaska. He was taking an aircraft from the Pacific Theater to Alaska and then down into Washington State. He failed to arrive at Payne Field in Idaho, and he was last contacted about 100 miles east of a city called Bellingham, Washington. I'll show you a map in a moment. In 1997, 2 hikers came across the wreckage in the Pasayten Wilderness. In 2002, the site was finally reported to the Department of Defense. It was finally reported to us because the hikers were doing illegal activities. They were stalking fish in an area that is illegal to do so by the federal government, by the United States government. And finally, because of our scheduling and process, we finally sent in August, 3 years later, in 2005, a forensic team to excavate the crash site, and we had positive results because we recovered human remains. So here's the site. There's Bellingham up here near the Canadian border, and this is where the site was at this red star. This gives you a better idea of the topography of here. This is actually where my arrow cursor is. This is actually a lake, a glacial lake, and we had to walk. We camped along the edges of that lake, and then we walked to the site every day here at this site called Site US 00117. This is a map of the site that we produced. So it shows the distribution of some of the trees, where we excavated, and some of the main areas like machine guns that were found, the 2 engines. This is a tail boom that had all the evidence in it. And then other areas where we found different kinds of evidence. But this area here, feature 1, is an archaeological burial feature that we found, although it wasn't done by humans. I'll talk about that in a moment. We were able to positively identify the aircraft based on the serial number on the tail section of the aircraft. There's just a picture of one of the machine guns. You can see that the force of the impact was quite abrupt, where the machine gun has been bent back. This assembly here has been opened because the hikers actually stole all the 50 caliber ammunition out of these guns, and they brought some of it back to their garages, and which caused some problems because they had high explosive rounds as well, and they're been sitting in the wilderness for over 70 years, so they were relatively unstable. Picture of what it looks like with the aircraft skin and wreckage over this very steep landscape. One of the engines. And there's the tail boom with the landing gear here, and there's the tail of it, and this is the tail boom. I'll show you what we found in a moment, I think. And this area, and you can see the differences in the aluminum. This is where it burned. So it's heavily burned, and we found most of the remains below this area here. This is what it looked like prior to excavation. All the soil is screened through 6mm mesh or smaller to recover small items such as teeth. And this is the area, what it looks like after the excavation was completed. So we dug it down below post-incident soil down to bedrock if we could get there. Looking upslope. Again, areas here where we have feature 1 was the area where we found the main concentration of the remains. But this is the graph that we found. The hash marked area is portions of it that we didn't find, but this is the 2 engines, cockpit debris, part of the wing, and this is the tail boom, which had a storage locker, which had most of this individual's personal effects in it as well. This is what it looked like with a cross section, a section drawing where we excavated up here, and then this area down here where we found feature 1, which was, like I said, was where we found the majority of the remains, and it was a burial area. So this is what it looked like, and I won't get into the aspects of it. So we have here is a burial area, lots of wreckage and things like that. But what was going on here? We determined that this was not a human burial, but it was done by a black bear. So, or I'm sorry, a brown bear in this area. So it was done by a brown bear. Bears will gather food and cache it in pits. And so this was a depression that was used and excavated out by a bear, and the body was placed in here for consumption after hibernation. And so it's a form of food caching that bears use, but it's something that we didn't expect to find, but it was a very interesting way. And so a lot of the bones had gnaw marks and things like that that are associated with bear consumption or large carnivores consumption. These are very quickly some of the artifacts that we found. This is part of the lap belt of the seat belt assembly. It's still latched and rusted in place, so we knew that the individual was in the plane at the time of the impact, obviously. Burnt silk from the parachute. We found his identification tags, and this here is his rank insignia that was on his uniform. This guy, like a lot of the pilot, like a lot of people that we know in the military, put their name on everything so nobody will take it. And so we found lots of indications of who this guy was besides his identification tags. And so he had scratched his name in the case of his sunglasses, K.W. Ambrose, Kenneth W. Ambrose. We found a pen. He'd also scratched his initials in the clip of that pen. We also found a radio. So after we reconstructed, we really didn't know what this was because people that had gone through, the hikers had gone through the baggage compartment and destroyed this. We found pieces of this all over the site. But it was this model of a ham radio, and that was something that was his one of his hobbies. And this is Kenneth Ambrose. Finally, we identified him, but our responsibility was to recover the evidence, take it back to the laboratory in Hawaii, and then have the remains and the evidence written up as part of the package to present to the medical examiner who will sign off on the death certificate of this individual, even though it's from 1945. So in summary, forensic archaeology is a subset of forensic anthropology. It's attempts to recover evidence from the natural environment. Forensic archaeology also attempts to understand how the evidence has become incorporated into the natural environment. And forensic archaeologists need lots of skills. And because of this, we are usually excellent coordinators of teams. And all archaeology is destructive by nature. And we need to focus on the spatial relationships between items of evidence and how these items of evidence are situated within the landscape. And then it also requires meticulous recording of both digital and hand-drawn materials and photography. It's the detailed investigation and collection of evidence. For forensic archaeology, the understanding of the recovery scene and its contents is crucial for the analysts that will do the forensic people, the other forensic people, and the analytical strategy of the evidence. Thus, the detailed forensic archaeological approach will always, in my opinion, provide the best context for this analysis, particularly in outdoor scenes. So like crime scene investigation and documentation, forensic archaeology provides the foundation for evidence recovery and analysis, which is in my opinion, is the foundation of all forensic work. Okay. Are there any questions? That's all I have now. So I finished. I think we have 5 minutes for questions.
I just really like to see case studies because in my course we did like few classes about forensic anthropology and archaeology as well, and we shown on many case studies on mass disasters about the tsunami happened in Thailand, and mostly mass grave happen in other countries as well, like I can't remember what's the country. Sonokia.
Oh, yeah, there's all kinds in Eastern Europe and
Yeah, those cases.
like that,
So
yeah.
thank you
Bosnia.
for sharing.
Mhm. So excellent. I'm glad. Yeah, I think providing a foundational background and then using case studies, I think is an important way to solidify some of the things I want to talk about. So I went through that one very quickly, but because I wanted to leave some room for questions, but it gives you an idea about the importance of archaeology and how it provided the basis for the identification of that individual.
Thank you.
We're open to questions. Does anybody have a question? Our next speaker is Dr. Mukesh Sharma. He's from State Forensic Science Lab, India. He's going to give a presentation on forensic psychology and its application, present scenario, cases study. And I request Dr. Mukesh Sharma to start his presentation.
Hello.
Yes. Our next speaker is Domingo. He's a geographic profiling analyst from Italy, and he's going to give a talk on the concept of geographic crime scene applied to serial crime investigation. And I request Domingo to start his presentation now.
Okay, thank you. Do you listen me? Do you see my slide?
Yes, we can see and we can also hear you.
Okay, thank you. Nice. Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to all attendees and speakers. I am Maioca Domingo from Italy, and I am honored to be here in this global webinar on forensic science. Thank you so much to organizers for this invitation, for this opportunity. Well, the title of this presentation is the concept of a geographic crime scene in serial crime investigation. We will talk about what is geographic crime scene and what is geographic profiling and this application in criminal investigation, in serial crime investigation. And also we see a case study at the end of this presentation. I want to start this presentation talking about what is a crime. Legally, we know what is crime. Legally, the crime is a human juridical fact, omissive or omissive, prohibited by the statal juridical system. And this criminal fact, this human juridical fact, is linked to penalty. But this is the legal definition. But in the other field, in criminology, in social science field, in forensic psychology, the definition of crime is so different. In fact, according to David Canter, in Criminal Shadow, the crime is like a relational interlacement, is always an interpersonal transaction between at least two people, an offender and the people, an offender, sorry, and an offender and the victim. Canter said also that we had to consider not just the fact that the offender was prepared to commit a violent crime, but also all the implication, all the other implication of his action. This criminal transaction, this human fact occurs in physical space, occurs in a place. If we think to serious crime, to major crimes like murder, burglary, rape, pedophilia, drug-related crime, and also white-collar crime, we see that this crime happens in a place, but the place is not only a physical entity. The place, in fact, is the result of a relationship between three elements: action, conception, and physical attributes. The action means what the people do. Conception means the meaning they attribute to what they do and the others do. And the physical attributes are the characteristic of physical space. In fact, the place is a unit of environment and play an important role in understanding crime and how crime can be contrasted. The crime tells us a story. The crime tells us to analyze a story, and it is possible. Through the geographical, the analyze of geographical quality of the action, of the crime action. A crime place is like an ecosystem with individual and environmental components linked together. But if we think a crime place like a criminal ecosystem, we must consider the great value, the great importance of exchange related to Locard principle. In fact, the basic principle of forensic science is every contact leave a trace. It is generally understood as with the contact between two items, there will be an exchange. Practically, in criminal investigation, in criminal context, the offender will bring some things into the crime place and leave with some things from it. So the investigator, we will collect a psychological trace, a physical trace, digital cell telephone trace, and also geographic evidence. In fact, one of biggest evidence, a biggest clue that an offender leave behind when they move and commit a crime is where the crime happened. And where the crime happening in crime analysis, in crime reconstruction, is the crime scene. The crime scene is the place, the scenario within which an action was produced, an interaction between an offender and the victim that can have a legal consequence, and any other place that contains the evidence of a crime. The scene is like a box, is like a container that has a physical and spatial clue of a crime, but the scene is a box that contains also the environmental, the social, and the behavioral elements linked to the offender. It is not exclusively the site where a criminal relevant fact with legal effect occurred. At the crime scene start all forensic science applied to analysis of crime action, like criminalistic, criminology, forensic psychology. When we think a crime scene, we have a specific idea of this place. We have a specific image. The classic idea of a crime scene is this image. But this image is a criminalistic crime scene. In this crime scene, we have all physical evidence, all physical clue of crime. In fact, we see the victim on the floor, the blood on the floor, the crime scene unit at work in this place to collect all evidence, all clue of crime. But this is the classic crime scene. This is the criminalistic crime scene. But we know that the crime scene is not only what we see inside this box, inside this container, because we will know that a complete crime reconstruction is also what we see behind the yellow line of this image. In fact, when a crime occurs, it happens a place with the geographic location. There are 4 basic dimensions for understanding the phenomena of a crime: the legal dimension, the victim dimension, the offender dimension, the spatial dimension. At the start of this presentation, I talk about what is the legal definition of a crime. So the legal dimension means that a law must be broken. The victim dimensions means that someone or some things, someone, a people, some things, a residence, a bank, a home, must be target. The offender dimension means that the offender must do the crime. And finally, the spatial dimension means that the crime must opens somewhere in a place. But the crimes don't occur randomly in spatial dimension. Well, the offender may be a bad boy or a bad girl, and so they think differently. They think the same as the rest of the us spatially. It is different only in how they use, for a criminal reason, that space that differ and move in it. During the crime analysis, during a crime reconstruction, it is important the fourth dimension, the geographic space of crimes, because this dimension actively act on criminal human behavior, and it become a criminal genetics element that influence the crime scene dislocation and the offender movements. As Sherman said, the crime is 6 times more predicable from the iris of the event rather than from the identity of the offender. In this word, we can find the great value of geographical perspective of a crime. The main intent of geographical perspective of a crime is provide a dynamic way of monitoring criminal patterns to a specific, to understand the specific geographic configuration of a crime scene in relation to different crime sites, examine the mobility pattern of the offender, reduce the offender search area on basis of committed crime and related location, establish the likely geographical area of residence of the anchor point of the offender, establish a priority order in suspect list based on place of residence on work of the suspect, suggest the possible investigative strategies related to crime distribution and manage police activity. The objective and operational response to geographic crime scene analysis is a specific investigative technique called geographic profiling. It is the study of a relationship between the offender residence and crime scene distribution. Now let's see let's see the definition of geographic profiling. Geographic profiling is an operational intelligence and investigative analysis technique supporting the criminal investigation that allow us to identify the possible area of unknown offender residence and operational base through the geographical analysis of crime place. This technique uses different location, analyze different location, like, ad example, first encounter site, offender victim, dump site, location where weapon or personal items of a victim was found, location of the other geographic trace as a phone call. And these locations are related to a single event. In this case, we have different crime sites of the same crimes, or these locations are related to linked crimes. In this case, we will have crime scene geographically dispersed for different but linked crimes. Ad example, serial murder, serial rape, arson, bombing, serial robberies, serial burglaries, and also credit card fraud. This technique that use this location can establish some relevant place for the investigation, as the residence of the offender, the possible workplace of the offender, or social place, a point where the offender start his criminal activity. The geographic profiling is an appendix of investigative behavioral analysis of a crime scene, and they use geographical coded information of crimes as distance, mobility, direction, border, proximity, locality, socio-demographic, mental map of the offender, and mental maps of the victim. But compared to behavioral analysis, geographic profiling direct the focus of the investigation on what I termed geographic crime scene. So during the crime reconstruction, we have two different crime scene, a criminalistic crime scene and geographic crime scene. These crime scenes as a physical crime scene, but it is different what the analysts look inside it. Between the first encounter site with the victim offender at the dump site, the latter site, the dump site, will be the classic crime scene because it represents the appropriate place for criminalistic analysis. So the dump site is the criminalistic crime scene, is a physical crime scene, is the criminalistic crime scene. But the two sites, as well as other locations involved in the crime, interact spatially with each other, creating the geographic crime scene. And now, let's see what is the geographic crime scene. Let's see my definition of geographic crime scene. In civil crime investigation, or in investigation on crime with the different location, the crime scene, the geographic crime scene, is a location system formed by two levels, particular level, a particular level, and general level. In particular level, we have the crime site correlated to particular or specific geographic unit of environment. Indoor or outdoor place, urban place, proximity to frequented place by people. In general level, we have the location of all sites related to crime. The example, victim last seen location, the place of anonymous phone call, the purchase site of offensive instruments correlated to crime, and also the location of serial offenses, both intended as a geographical general structure of crime events in relation to action, conception, and physical attributes of the place. Socio-demographic economic context, presence of physical, lake, sea, mountain, or psychological barriers, road system, presence of urban road, highway, suburban roads, timeline of crimes, characteristic of environment in which the victim move or the target are located. So, during the criminalistic crime scene analysis, the analysts start from particular level to general, from general level to particular level. In crime scene analysis, we start from a particular level to general level, from the action to interaction. Now let's see the image of a geographic crime scene. We will see that it is different from a criminalistic crime scene. This is the geographic crime scene. This is a geographic crime scene of serial robberies at commercial shop. In this crime scene, the red point are the specific unit of geographic crime scene. All together form the complete geographic crime scene. In this geographic crime scene, we see that a grid spread in this scenario. We see also that the offender don't travel out the vertical line or out the horizontal line. We see also a little hotspot inside the blue circle. And we see also a crime scene in the mountain region, the crime scene inside the red circle. And we see also some crime scene in or near the main road. The question of the analyst is why this spatial pattern? Why this mobility pattern of the offender? So the analyst, we will analyze not the criminalistic value of a crime. The criminalistic value are important for a complete, for geographic profiling, for a complete crime reconstruction. But on geographic crime machine, the analyst, we will analyze the geographical quality of the crime in relation to typology of crime, typology of specific crime machine, road highway arteries, train bus station, zoning, presence of residential area, rural area, commercial or industrial area, socio-demographic aspect of crimes, of crime place, routine activity of the victim, displacement of the offender in relation to timeline of crimes. So the evaluation of a geographic crime machine is different, as different quality. One important element of geographic profiling is the distance seeker pattern. In investigative context, the distance seeker pattern represents the empirical confirmation that the crime committed by a serial offender decreases as the distance between the crime machine and his home increases. There is a body of study termed Journey to Crime Research that show that the criminal will tend to commit their crime fairly close to home. And we can find the offender criminal proximity activity in different crime, especially in serial crime typology. In fact, these serial offenders are characterized by spatial and environmental consistency. The offender often use the same geographical space within which they move, and they tend to geographically model themselves, showing similar crime circumstance and environmental characteristics during the crime site selection, behind the level of randomness. These images show the distance decay curve, but I want to remember about this concept that the distance decay pattern doesn't have the same adherence in every crime, in all crime, because we will have a different crime typology: instrumental crime, explicit crime, crime against person or against property. We have different offenders: juvenile offenders, old offenders, expert offenders, associated with different socio-demographic characteristics in relation to race, age, and gender. And we have different environment to offend. The consequence of this different characteristic is a different movement, a different journey of the offender in the space. Now let's see the use of geographic software, geographic profiling software applied to an historical serial murder case in south of Italy. I remember that the analysis contains also only the quantitative components, the quantitative method, but a complete geographic profiling as also a qualitative components, a qualitative method. Now, in this case, we talk about the quantitative components. The quantitative components of geographic profiling are decision-making support tools, are specific software. The investigative geographic profiling software used in this essential analysis is Dragnet, created by David Canter. The system analyzes the fundamental points of a geographic crime machine in order to predict the possible location of the offender residence. A risk surface is produced where the red color show an area most likely that will contain the home base of the offender. As I said before, it's fundamental emphasize that relevant geographic profiling analysis contains the evaluation of more other details of crime and geographic elements. This is the qualitative components of geographic profiling. Geographic elements, ad example, road network, train station, target backlots, the characteristic of environment, socio-demographic aspect of crimes, method of the transports. Now we see this case, the use of the investigative geographic profiling software applied to an historical serial murder case in south of Italy, the elderly female serial killer. Ezidane Sibai was known in Italy as elderly female serial killer. He was arrested in September 1997 after the last homicide. Between the 1996 and 1997, there were 12 homicides of elderly women in south of Italy, in Region Puglia, killed in their residence with stab wounds to the neck. DNA evidence was found in one of these cases. The red line on Italy map show the area of this homicide, show the region of this homicide. Before to start this analysis, I want to say that in 1996-1995, the period of the homicide, the geographic profiling technique wasn't used in Italy in criminal investigation. So this table shows 12 homicides between the April 1996 and September 1997. And also 3 homicides in 1995. Sibai confessed these 3 homicides, but there was no strong evidence to link Sibai to this homicide. So the geographic crime scene analysis involves 12 crime scene. The homicide case occurred in 1995 are excluded from this analysis, also for methodological consideration in relation to geographic profiling principle. In fact, the case in 1995 in Foggia, the first case, is excluded because there are some doubts about the nature of this crime, because the investigation classified this crime as a natural death case. The homicide committed in July 1995, the second homicide, was excluded because it occurs in another region, in Basilicata region, the near region. But for methodological consideration related to geographic profiling, this case appears as an outliner, so it can increase more the search area for the investigation. And the last case in 1995, the Palagiano case, was excluded because it already showed the same spatial pattern of the offender related to case number 9, the case on July in 1997. Now, we will see what is the residence, what is the relationship between the offender residence and the crime scene distribution, the geographic crime scene distribution with the support of geographic profiling software. This map shows the geographic crime scene. We have 2 criminal range, 2 cluster, a north cluster and a south cluster. So we will have 2 different geographic profile of the offender, one for north cluster and the other one for south cluster. This is the geographic profile of the offender, in relation to Nord cluster. The geographic profile of Nord cluster contains 6 geographic crime machine. The crime machine number 1, number 2, number 4, number 6, number 7, and number 2 and number 11. This is the general view of geographic profile. And this is the particular view of geographic profile. As we see, the offender residence is inside the red zone peak profile area. The red zone, the geographic, the residence of the offender is located in Cerignola, the site of the homicide number 4. And this location is inside the red zone peak profile area. So the geographic profile of this case in Nord cluster produce a good result, a nice result for the investigation. And this image show the geographic profile of the offender about the south cluster. The south cluster is small area rather than the Nord cluster. Contains 6 geographic crime machine, the crime machine number 3, number 5, number 8, number 9, number 10, and number 12. I want to remember that Sibai was arrested after the last homicide, the crime machine number 12. And the crime machine number 12 is inside the red zone peak profile area. During the spatial analysis of this sample, a curious but an important detail for the investigation is noted. Is concerned the high probability to apprehend the offender or identify an area for investigation strategies, as the example surveillance, patrol saturation in Nord cluster peak profile red zone after the 7th murder, the homicide committed in May 1997, using only 5 Nord geographic crime machine. This condition means that the geographic profiling can be done early in the series, enabling the investigative agency to search and stop the offender. This image shows the geographic profile of the offender using in Nord cluster using only 5 geographic crime machine. And as we see, the offender residence is always inside the red zone peak profile area, not in the middle, but between the red and the next zone. So also in this case, we have a good result for the good result of this of the geographic profile of the offender. Well, at the end of this presentation of analysis of this case, we can say that there is some evidence that geographic crime machine analysis can provide a practical support for the investigation and reduce the investigation area. The limited and partial finding in CBI sample supports the hypothesis that the serial offenders stay in a practicable area within their home or comfort zone when they commit crimes, as the other prefer remain within their comfort zone or home area for shopping, eating, playing sports. It is important to stress that humans follow an environmental dependence, tend to have habits, habitual script, and to develop a personal, exclusive, and constant travel and spatial pattern, remaining close to home or in proximity of a place they consider home or at least a familiar zone. Without creating a generalization and justifying a direct causality, it seems that the target selection by serial offender slowly collapses in favor of a safe area in which he can offend, opposed to inconvenience of traveling into an unknown place that which require more time, cost of movement, and efforts of adaptability in that area. Well, I finished this presentation. Thank you so much to all. Thank you to organizers for this great opportunity. And thank you so much. Thank you so much. If there are a question, please write in chat so I can well translate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Domingo. Thank you so much for your presentation. We are open for questions. If anybody has a question, please ask.